How we doing there, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Welcome in, welcome in. Time to do some PTR testing today. There's I've already found some undocumented changes already, because good old Blizzard are usually pretty terrible at telling us what they're changing and what they're upgrading and what they're implementing and all this sort of good stuff. So there's some interesting stuff I've found already regarding professions. We'll talk about that a little bit more. We'll let some people flood in before I start dropping knowledge bombs. Needless to say, get the 9.1 campaign done if you haven't already and you want to craft legendaries. Do not skip the 9.1 campaign. For the love of God, if you want to craft legendaries, get the 9.1 campaign done. History appears to be repeating itself. We will talk more about that in a minute, though. First thing I got to do is to check the mailboxes. Oh, what's this account doing on that screen? Hang on. Primary monitor. Go. There we go. Morning, Haley. Welcome in. Good to see you. Twax as well. Good morning. And of course, Strowell. Welcome in. Welcome in. Do I need to do the full Korthia campaign again? Well, on a... Look, let me make it real simple, right? Good morning, Cravmount. Hey, I need more people to remind me to do that. It's less a case of reminding me to do it, more a case of me finding the time to do it. The thing regarding the legendaries, though, as was in patch 9.1, the Tome of Origin... The Tome of Origin was primarily a quest reward. You got awarded it by completing the unlocking... What was it? Unlocking the sigil? What was the quest called? I probably can't even see it anymore. Unlocking the sigil or something. The fourth chapter of the 9.1 campaign is what would reward you the Tome of Origins. As of so far, we were like, oh, cool. Tome of Eternal is just on the vendor. You just buy it, honoured, easy game, no problems. But history appears to be repeating itself. Let's take a little bit of a look at jewel crafting. Let's take a little bit of a look at Unlearnt. Vestige of the Eternal. Primarily, quest reward. Crown of the Wills. What is this quest, you ask? Crown of the Wills just so happens to be, well... currently, by the looks of things, the 5th chapter of the new campaign. Now, people are able to progress through the campaign on the PTR regardless of needing to have completed the 9.1 campaign, because this is a test zone. Sometimes Blizzard do nicers, but in patch 9.1. you were not able to even start the 4th chapter of the Korthia campaign unless you had completed the 9.0 campaign. I'm going to go as far as to put money on saying that we are going to see the same restrictions applied once the game goes live. That you will not be able to continue. You will not be able to continue with the Zereth Mortis or the Secrets of the First Ones campaign until you have fully completed the 9.1 campaign. So get it done now. I like this, less competition. Well, very true. Very true. I had a good couple of weeks of head start on some people in 9.1 because I had done the 9.0 campaign on all of my crafters. I was ready. I saw this ahead of time. I didn't just see it on a vendor and think, oh, cool, I'll just get to Honoured and it'll be mine. No, the likelihood it'll be is it'll be history repeating itself. It'll be the exact same story, meaning that Tome of Eternal, yeah, sure, you can buy it from the vendor once Honoured if you've already completed that quest and you then pick up your professions. This is a security blanket to make sure that everybody has access to this, even if they've already progressed through the campaign before they get their professions in line. So at least 5 weeks time gating on rank 7. Not necessarily. We get the first 3 chapters of the campaign in the first week. Because the first 3 chapters act as the introduction to Zereth Mortis. So it will likely be... What I do need to do is I probably, closer to the time, will need to check whether this order is actually correct. Because as you can see, as far as it is concerned here, I've completed the 7th chapter, but I haven't completed the 6th. That doesn't make sense. That's only because on the PTR, they just give us certain chapters at certain points. They're not always in the right order. That order may change. The Crown of the Wills may end up being the 4th. It may end up being the 5th, as it sort of indicates here. We'll, until... But it's safe to say that it's time-gated. Access to the new rank 7 legendaries is going to be time-gated, by the looks of things, in exactly the same way that it was in patch 9.1. Probably the 2nd, if not the 3rd week. Yeah, Stro, you nail on the head there. Probably the 2nd or the 3rd week is when we'll get access to rank 7s. This is good news. Why is this good news? This is good news because it means rank 6s are still going to pop off as everybody flows back into the game and wants to get up and running. The likelihood is people will, you know, oh, well, I can't get my rank 7 for a couple of weeks. Ooh, I've still got this rank 4 legendary. Maybe I should upgrade that. Boom. Is it still worth getting tier 4 in Korthia for the scrolls on the... Yeah, absolutely. Never is there a bad reason to have more patterns at your disposal. Absolutely. If you don't have access to some crafting pattern, go get it. There's there's never a bad reason to not do it. Never a good reason to not do it. Is the right way to say that. I've not had caffeine yet this morning. I need coffee. I think I read that the campaign ending might also have some end of raid cinematics, which means that the last chapter will not be released until the raid can be cleared. That's also very possible, considering that it is in theory meant to be the last major content patch. It would make sense if there's a big, you know, almost end of expansion cinematic. Eliath, welcome in. Good to see you this morning. Welcome, welcome. 2 Legos was 24 days. 24 days if you happen to min-max the Living Christ out of Zereth Mortis every single day and don't miss a single world quest or daily quest ever. Possibly, maybe. I wouldn't say that it's not strictly time-gated in such of that in 24 days after release you'll just get it. It's still a rep grind. Interestingly though, to add more... to add more strength to my argument that this Unity charity belt is totally fucking useless and nobody's going to want to buy it. Look what they've done on the PTR today. Clasp of Unity is now epic. It's not even legendary anymore. Yet, sure, it does hold a legendary power. The power of changing your covenant. That nothing is changed in terms of the item other than it is now purple, not orange. To indicate that this is not a legendary. Although it does have the unique equip enlightened legendary still. I think they've done this to emphasize the fact that this is not the legendary that you can kind of get this as an alternative to crafting a second legendary. If you don't want to craft a second legendary, because of, you know, gold implications most likely, you can buy this from the vendor instead, and it's not going to cost you gold, it's going to cost you Cosmic Flux. I still think it's a terrible acquisition. For anybody that cares about their gear, this is a terrible acquisition, because that Cosmic Flux could be put to far better use somewhere else. But, you know, not every option available has to be the best option. You have to have some bad options to make the good options look good. So the primary path for people will be, to my belief, is to get the Memory of Unity, which is still required at Revered, is to get this at Revered, craft up your own version of Unity in whichever slot suits you, on whatever piece of gear that suits you. Yeah, that seems to be the best way of doing things. I mean, this is a pretty good item to pick. If you could buy this with gold, absolutely. without a doubt, as soon as you hit revered, you pick up one of these. It would be a stepping stone into before you create your actual proper, ultimately rank 7 version of the Unity. What slots could the Memory of Unity be crafted on? All of them. All of them that qualify for a Legendaries. So there is the exclusion of, obviously, you know, weapons and trinkets. But any other slot, yeah. Same for different armor types. It has a slightly different name, and the secondaries are slightly different depending on what class and spec you are. But the fundamental, most of the time you're not caring too much about that. This isn't a piece of gear that you're trying to min-max on. You'll take the memory of the Unity, and then you'll min-max the Unity to your preferred class and spec, and in the slot of your choice. That's the route that you will ultimately take. This is just a stepping stone to get there. If you wish to waste, in my opinion, a huge amount of Cosmic Flux. Most people, I think, will skip over this completely. They'll go straight into crafting their own with in the slot that suits them best. Another thing I've already spotted in the story of undocumented changes, the very first thing this morning. See, you get all the juice right early in the stream. This is why it's important to be part of the notification squad. Get out of bed nice and early. Notification squad for the win, because we talk about the good stuff. The Crafter's Marks recipes, both available are honoured. Crafter's Mark 4, honoured. Crafter's Mark of the first ones, honoured. Having one be revered was apparently a decision that they didn't want. Considering the Crafter's Marks of the first one, yes, it's higher item level, but with the caveat, the Blizzard but, that they're unique equip, so you can only equip one of them. They have decided to give crafters both of these at exactly the same time. Oh boy, is that going to be an expensive day for crafting. And potentially a very profitable one. Because you are going to want to, the second you hit honoured with the Enlightened, you are going to be crafting a disgusting amount of gear to list and hopefully sell for a very sizable profit. What else is the Cosmic Flux used for? Two primary things. It is used for building the actual Legendary itself. You need 2,000 Cosmic Flux to upgrade a Legendary to rank 7. Secondly, it's also used in the Creation Catalyst, which hasn't been implemented yet on the PTR. But it's probably the vendor that in essence will allow you to take a regular piece of gear and turn it into a tier set piece of gear, but for a price, and that price is going to be Cosmic Flux, but we don't know what that price is going to be yet. Presumably quite expensive, similar in nature to the Echoes of Ny'alotha from 9.3. Was it Echoes of Ny'alotha? I can't remember. Similar to that currency back in BFA that you could Titan. I can't remember. Either way, you'll be trading in this Cosmic Flux for tier set pieces that you're missing and maybe that you need because you've not had RNG drop from the raid or from whatever activity you're doing. It's also going to be used to be upgrading your Legendaries. So arguably, people are going to want to stockpile 4,000 of this to be able to create their 2 rank 7 Legendaries. Anything over and above that first 4,000 will then be, distributed to something else. Whether it be getting the tier set piece that you need, or I think it depends what people's priority is going into patch 9.2 from a gearing perspective. If people's priority is to get the Legendaries maxed as fast as possible, then obviously the Cosmic Flux will be spent on that first. Alternatively, it could be that having the 4-piece tier set bonus actually provides you more overall power than that of having the 2 high item level Legendaries. So it's gonna require the testing of some smart people, for some people to do some simming, some people to do some testing, for there to be a gearing upgrade path, because likelihood is that Cosmic Flux will be the bottleneck for people being able to gear up their characters. They will only have X amount of it, And at least at the beginning, they're going to have to decide, right, well, what do I buy or what do I upgrade first? My money, just based on how tier set pieces are acquired, is that most people will probably use their Cosmic Flux on their Legendaries first. And if they just so happen, because of course there's the chance that they get their tier set piece from the Great Vault, there's a chance that they get their tier set piece from killing bosses. That is going to be, you know, you're only going to use the Flux if you've got 3 out of the 4 pieces of your tier set. You, for some reason, have got unlucky and haven't got your 4th piece. And more importantly, if you spend a bunch of your Flux on a tier set piece and then it drops from a boss, you're going to feel annoyed because that could have gone onto your Legendary. So my money is probably that people will save enough to buy a tier set piece if they absolutely need to buy a tier set piece. But then after that quantity of Flux, they will probably spend the next 4,000 of it on upgrading to 2 rank 7 Legendaries. And then any spare in the future can just, you know, be spent on whatever. In most cases, I like that there are approximately 3 different ways to achieve things. Would the same with getting gear rewards? I would like the same with getting. I've said the exact same thing for years. I get really frustrated the fact that there's only one way to acquire a certain thing. Oh, you want this pattern? Well, it drops off this rare. Yeah, on quite a few occasions in recent times, I've been quite vocal about the fact that I think we need choice. Choice is good, because you can break it down very simply. You can have a easy, free, but grindy way of getting something. You can have a very expensive but quick and easy way of getting something, whatever that currency to make it expensive. I mean, for them to work perfectly, the currency probably has to be like normal gold. Or the third option should be that there's just a very slim chance of it dropping from, you know, select mobs out in the world. That the whole buying things off a vendor feels real lazy 17 years into the game. The fact that they still just, you know, these things are still, it's a rep grind and then you buy it off a vendor. There should be, in my eyes, an alternative way of doing it. You should be able to kill rares and Zereth Mortis and there be a 0.1% chance of this dropping. You should be able to, let's say, even if it's an outrageous price, let's say it was 200,000 gold, you should be able to potentially buy this with 200,000 gold on day one. So if you've worked hard to get the gold, or you've bought it, which is a problem, I know. If you've got the gold, that you can buy this and you can buy this early, but you're going to have to pay a huge premium for it. Those that are willing to do the rep grind first and then get it for cheap should be another option. Options is good, right? It allows people to do things in the way that they feel sensible. And it's kind of, you know, it fits the narrative of a role-playing game, right? I'm a rich tycoon mega goblin. I'm going to pay the premium to get all of the good stuff first. Or I'm that lowly, small bank accounted, part-time crafter that just picks these items up slowly through progressing through the other content in the game that they enjoy. There should be options there, and there just isn't anymore. But you should be able to exchange time walking badges for archaeology crates. That's almost a meme in itself. Yeah, they need to do something with archaeology again. They really lost interest in what to do with archaeology. It had so much potential for like telling the lore and storylines of the past and all this sort of stuff, but they really didn't capitalize on it. They just turned it into an unnecessary grind for achievements, which was a bit sad. Especially considering when we first got archaeology, there was a bunch of like cool rewards. There's heirlooms that you can get from archaeology, which makes sense. There's pets and mounts and all that sort of stuff. But since the early infancy of archaeology, they've done nothing with it other than make you grind out for prestiged artifacts, and then you just have to get a bajillion of them to, you know, get an achievement, which is, you know, it's not really a very attractive end goal. I just want an alternative to fragments or crates. Well, the thing is, you want the alternative to the fragments or crates because the only option is to do a really, really dull and boring grind. Just, you know, exchanging another currency for it doesn't really fix the problem. The problem at its core is that it's just a bad system. Time gated behind time gated. that's the way. The Lego belt from the vendor is a lower item level than a rank 7 legendary. Doesn't mean that most people will get the memory and make a rank 7 with the memory of Unity. It could just mean, well, it's absolutely, there's no question about it. It will, you know, in 9.0 everybody had a good reason to buy a legendary. Every single character that played the game had a really good reason to buy one legendary at minimum. In 9.1 everybody had a really good reason to buy one legendary, a base item, whether they were upgrading an existing one or they were making a new one. Everybody still had a really good reason to buy one. In patch 9.2, everybody has a really good reason to buy two. Double the sales. Everybody has a really good reason to buy two. And that's a minimum. You can equip 2 legendaries. Why would you not? Why would you choose not to equip 2 legendaries if you can? Yeah, there's literally nothing better for Goblins than this Clasp of Unity, the freebie legendary that's now not legendary. This is nothing but good news for Goblins. The worse they make this, the greater the likelihood is that people will buy the memory and then a base item to craft their own. Winning. Absolutely winning. How are we supposed to test the 291 legendaries? Rep grind the PTR? No thanks. Arguably, that's probably the case. There is a vendor in Oribos that dishes out certain stuff at certain points to help with that, but they're not reliable. Regarding archaeology, is it bad design if they make it so that you will not do the content itself by buying crates? Drops, e.g. the pets and mounts, should be able to be acquired elsewhere. Yeah. It all boils back to the same thing, that there should be a choice of, or there should be different methods of acquisition for most items in the game. If there's only one way to get an item in the game, it means that you have no choice. You either do it the way in that one specific way, or you don't get that item. 10 years ago, when World of Warcraft was, you know, the cutting edge MMO, that was probably considered more than acceptable. Today, 15, 17 years on from when this game first came out, the gaming scene has evolved dramatically. World of Warcraft, on the other hand, has barely evolved at all. We have slightly more sophisticated questing, we have slightly more sophisticated class design nowadays, but the fundamentals, the professions, the way that you acquire items in the game has not changed in 17 years. And it's starting to show its age, and people are less accepting of these, you know, very minimalistic designs for certain things. Because there's other games out there. It's quite simple. It's not being harsh in any way, shape, or form. It's that Blizzard had a 10-mile head start to anybody else in the industry for many, many years. They were so far ahead of themselves. They were so far ahead of the game that they didn't have to iterate or be, you know, implementing anything particularly new. They could just rinse and repeat what was already working. And it was fine, no problem at all. But everybody else is catching up, and in some cases other people are taking over. And if Blizzard don't react to it, if Blizzard don't start iterating and changing ways and you know, keeping up with the times, it's a problem. People will just complain that they can't be bothered to make unique rewards then. No, I'm not. No, I don't think so. A reward can still be unique if there's different ways of acquiring it. I mean, the Spectral Tiger is still, for example, incredibly unique. Like, the item itself can still be unique. There could still be 3 or 4 or 5 or many different ways to acquire that item. That doesn't take away from the uniqueness of the reward itself. And to be honest, the satisfaction of achieving something is a very personal thing. Why should somebody else choosing to achieve something in a different way have any negative impact on the way that you play the game? Realistically, it doesn't, and it shouldn't. If you choose to be annoyed the fact that somebody else got something else in a way that you deemed to be easier, that's a big fat you problem. That you can't pander to that mentality. This comes back to my viewpoint on the Mage Tower. There was no need for the Mage Tower to be so aggressively balanced across all classes and specs. There was no need for it at all. As a Beastmaster Hunter, the only other players I should be comparing myself when I talk about how easy or difficult the Mage Tower is other Beastmaster Hunters, because to everybody else it was a completely different scenario. There's like that comparison is an artificial one to make to begin with. And if you want to get pissed off that somebody else has the ability to do something that you can't, or feel is more difficult for you, then let's throw a good old internet meme out there. Get good. Simple. That took a dark twist relatively quickly. I was trying to highlight the fact that some of the profession changes that have happened on the PTR today are very good for Goblins, very good for Goblins in terms of the freebie legendary now only being epic and not even legendary goes a really long way to promote people to buy the Memory of Unity and just craft their own one. Big win there for Goblins, because now there's a really strong incentive for people to not only be buying one new base item but to be buying 2. So happy days for legendary crafters. Secondly, the crafters marks being acquired at the very same time means that there's going to be one day where these will start showing. People will hit honored. People will start getting access to these, and they will all turn up on the auction house in one go. This might have some knock-on effect to the potential sales made from the Crafters Marks 4, because yeah, you know, when there's a flood of 262 items, the 233 items obviously don't look quite as attractive. But we also know that there's all of the optional reagent system to add on top of this. Optional reagents on top of optional reagents is making the crafting scene quite an interesting one. But to get both of these honoured, surely that's going to be nothing more than a couple of weeks worth of Zereth Mortis grind on your crafters before we start seeing people have these. And final good bit of news for crafters is that it seems to be normalized to when people are going to get access to rank 7 legendaries. Normalized by the fact that everybody will have access to the Vestige of Eternal at the same time. It primarily is going to require a quest completion. What I am going to do is I'm going to re-roll a new character and get through the campaign and get to this point to see if the Tome of Origins, Tome of Eternal is actually a physical quest reward, or whether this just becomes a breadcrumb check mark that this has to be completed and then you can go and buy it. I don't think that will be the case. I think they're just going to copy paste exactly what they did in 9.1. If they're just copy pasting 9.1, everybody upon completion of this campaign quest will get access to rank 7s all at the same time. So it's going to be a wild time stocking up on new materials and pog essences for the first week or two of patch 9.2, I think. I don't know anything about the drop rate of these pog essences yet. One thing that's on my to-do list is to get a druid into Zereth Mortis with herbalism and mining and go and do some gathering. Now, it seems so outrageously stupid to spend time gathering on a PTR because you are literally getting nothing for doing it. But it's the only reliable way, I think, at this point to get a gauge on just how many of these things are going to be available. Haven't seen profession changes yet. Be right back. Wow, head reading. It's because there isn't any. The only profession changes, I believe, are the ones that I've already just stated. The fact that a few reputation requirements have changed on crafting recipes, and that the Tome of Eternal now is primarily rewarded to you via a campaign quest. In regards to new crafting patterns and stuff, I don't think there is any. Any new herbs or ore? Yes, there is a new herb. There's a whole new selection of new materials. We have a new herb, a new ore, a new leather, a new cloth, a new fish, a new meat. Is that all of them? Yeah, there's a new one of everything. I might actually go and see if there's the vendor still at some point for the pog ore and prospect some more of it. We did some prospecting of this stuff when it was first implemented, and the prospecting rates seemed to be completely wackadoodle and crazy. So I'm intrigued to go and prospect some more of this, since some time has passed since we first did it. Feel like the requirements for the crafter's marks of the first one is a bit low. I'd like it to be honoured for the 4 and then revered for the first ones. Well, that's what it was, and they've changed it. They've changed them both to be honoured. Couldn't necessarily tell you why they've changed it, but I kind of see the point. I kind of see the fact that, well, if you've because whilst yes, it's true to say they are both pieces of catch-up gear, they play a different part, because one is unique equipped, so you can't, you're still going to go out and buy an entire set of one of them anyway. Oh, the enhancement console's here now. Agility by 5, crit by 5, or stamina by 10. Well, it's hard to turn down straight. Why would you take crit over main stat? Yoink. Doesn't show the buff. Doesn't show it's a buff. Oh no, it gave it me as an item. Consume the crystal to gain its enhancement temporarily. This effect will last for 15 minutes, only works in Shadowlands outdoor areas, but it can also be socketed into Cypher gear. I've not acquired any of this Cypher gear yet. There's also, rumour has it, a new vendor kicking about somewhere.
I'm not here for your amusement.
Here he is. Here he is. This is another additional. You know all of that anima that you've got no idea what to do with? Well, here's how you fix your oversupply of anima. You fix your oversupply of anima very easily by spending 500 of it on Broker's Accessories. This is your new catch-up stuff. This is item level 226 catch-up gear for alts, purchasable with anima. So if you it looks very let's talk for just like 30 seconds about the gearing path through Zereth Mortis. The gearing path is quite simple. That you have this 226 gear is the absolute bare bones minimum. This is going to basically mean that the zone will be balanced around you being 226 as well. So what you probably want to do is get your alts that you plan to bring into Zereth Mortis. They don't necessarily need to be 226, but you want to get them somewhat close. Any gaps that you're missing when you first step into Zereth Mortis can be filled out with this, the Broker's gear. You're then probably going to look at the Crafter's Mark IV gear once people get the ability to craft and sell that sort of stuff. Obviously, there's some time gating on that. That's going to take a week or so for people to be able to get the reputation to buy the pattern to start crafting the gear. But 233 crafted gear is going to be your next little upgrade. As of just running around and playing the zone, it's not uncommon to find daily quests that, at least at this point, appear to be 239. So your basic catch-up gear in the zone is then going to be 239. And there's a 246 vendor, which you can then buy with where is it? These things, the Sand-worn relics. Sand-worn relics that you are going to find through your time in Korthia. These things can be turned in for 246 item level gear. So that there's also, on top of that, a Cypher set of gear, which we don't completely have access to, I think, at this moment in time, which will be upgradable through the Cypher system as well. So there's going to be lots of different gearing options, all of which feels like it's going to end up at around the 250 item level mark. If you get your, currently in Korthia, if you're fully geared from just Korthia alone is 233. I'm obviously not talking about raiding or Mythic Plus or any of that sort of jazz in this. This is purely the world content gearing. 233 is kind of where you sit at if you are maxed out with your Korthia gear. 250, 252, something around there, I feel is the equivalent, but in Zereth Mortis. Obviously, raid gear, Mythic Plus, PvP gear, all of that can go much further, but for the world content, at least, it seems like 250 is going to be kind of the end point. Is there a token for each slot? Sorry, I didn't mean to close the vendor. Yeah. Weapon, accessory, helm, chest piece, legs, shoulders, gloves, boots, braces, and belt, with a kicker of a cloak as well. What we can do, I suppose. Let me free up some space real quick. Luckily, I have a little bit of anima on this character, so we can buy some of these and see what we get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5,500 for a whole set of gear. So you mean like 2 days of Korthia to get an entire set of gear? It's not bad, is it really? Yeah, they've gone the accessory route again. This is going to make a ring or a trinket. Ring or trinket. That actually means there isn't a neck option. There's no necklace. Maybe it's because it's, the fact that they're all 500 anima at the moment feels iffy as well. I would imagine things like the weapon. The weapon, for example, will probably end up being like 1,000. They always balance the pricing of these. But five weapons. What do we get? It's like a box opening. They're green. Oh God. Well, I suppose that makes sense. It means that you're not going to be 226 green. Are they going to be the same at every time? Burnished arbalest. Okay, same every time so far. There isn't a neck on live either. Korthia vendor, I mean. Oh, well, there we go. Okay, well, the variety there is incredible. The variety is incredible. At least we know that 98 gold, 500 anima now equals 98 gold. Same stats on all. Haste verse, haste verse, haste verse, haste verse, haste verse. Yeah, yeah. So 5 weapons were all exactly the same. Crossbow every single time. I guess we should do the accessory. Let's get 10 accessories and just see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 accessories. Let's see what we get out of these. Whether there's any. Are we going to have to get like 15 rings before we get a single trinket? A ring. Salvaged Viperid Band. Discarded Cartel Al Signet with a prismatic socket. Oh, Benthic Lottery. Benthic Lottery. Maybe all the rings have. Maybe all the rings have sockets. We don't know. No, all the rings do not have sockets. Impossible Ancient Band. Crit Mastery. Lots of it and all. Haste Verse with a socket. Broker's Lucky Coin. Trinket. Damaging attacks and spells have a chance to flip a coin, granting 230 of a secondary stat for 15 seconds. Heads is critical strike. Tails is haste. Huh, okay. Impossible Ancient Band again. Discarded Owl Signet again. Haste Verse. Haste Verse with a socket. Okay, so there is the opportunity for them to proc with or without sockets. Like I said, none of this really matters because you're going to replace. You could potentially, after a couple of weeks in Zereth Mortis, you could replace this gear with just, you know, crafted gear off the auction house. But like I said, you got to start somewhere. Abandoned Automa Loop. That's a new one. Oh, same again. Both crit verse. Both crit verse. Oh, item upgraded plus avoidance. Doesn't upgrade. Yeah, okay. So you have tertiary proc chance. Tertiary proc chance on sockets or, you know, avoidance in that scenario. And then just, you know, basic bitch. It is also true to say again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rings for 1 trinket. If you're fishing for trinkets, it's going to get expensive again. Boo hiss. Literally 10% chance of a trinket. That's gross. Equip and use it. Is there an animation? I don't think there was on use. There was just a... I think it was an equip bonus. Where'd it go? Yeah, it was just an equip bonus. High sample amount. Well, you know. I could have just done 3. I'm not buying 100 just to get something statistically significant on gear that nobody cares about. But the point still stands. They're available. The question is can we then just instantly sell them? Get gone. Get gone. I'm not enchanting on this character, so I don't know if you can disenchant them. Most of this gear you usually can't. Any item you get from a vendor usually can't be disenchanted. There are some exceptions to that rule, though, I understand. Yeah, 226 seems to be, like, not... I mean, it's actually worse than the gear that drops in the zone. So this is really just, you know, if you're trying to step into Zereth Mortis, you've got very little gold. Your character's not played since early in patch 9.1. You're running around in 198 World Quest gear. Then this becomes quite a good option for you. But for most people that have at least played their character somewhat, you're going to skip straight over this. But it is purely designed for that basis, right? It's catch-up gear. And it's bind on account, so you can use your anima from any character that you have it on to funnel a set of gear. 5,500 anima, roughly, to get a set of 226 gear on an ult. 226 was 9.0 mythic gear. Well, there we go. The character you're describing has no anima either, though. But that's also probably true. I thought that was quite an interesting addition today. We kind of knew that this was coming. We just hadn't seen it yet.
Watch where you tread,
Let's what I want to do quickly before we do too much exploration in Zereth Mortis is I need to check my auction characters for sales from yesterday. See if we're a millionaire yet. And then we'll go. I need to run around and I need to just do stuff in Zereth Mortis generally with no specific goal in mind, but just to do stuff, just to get more of a feel for the zone. Hopefully we made a reasonable amount of sales yesterday. I did relist my auctions in the evening. I did one cancel scan yesterday. Should we see how lucrative doing one cancel scan was? Do we reckon we broke a mill? Did we break a mill in sales? That's the question. Well, 641 items have expired. We can already see 365,000. Okay. It's promising. It's promising. If I can break 1 million gold with only doing one cancel scan on reset day, I'm happy. More than happy. I arguably should probably do a bit of a recraft, but I'll do that. I'll likely do that in my own time. Right, 8 hours left on a bunch of that stuff. Right, that's. Let's just cancel these off. There's no point having things up for an hour that are gonna only come back in a minute. I arguably should do a cancel scan before I post everything back on. Once again, my Sunday sales were twice as good as Wednesday sales. That's interesting, you know. That's not what you'd expect. How in the world is rendering a Twitch stream using 28% of my 3080? Who says those expensive graphics cards are good? Is that 3080 also using 23 gigabytes of its cache for the purpose of mining, though? Is it? Do you still have nice hash running? Even still, yes, that's that shouldn't be happening. Sunday and Wednesday are now pretty much the same. I guess it's Yeah, it goes to show not as many people are super proactive about just, you know, doing everything again when things reset. So, is it one of those 3080s from a $100 loot box? Yeah, I got my 3080 on Wish.com. Reset day is no longer that relevant since you can farm Torghast whenever you want. It's less about the relevancy of it anymore. It's more the fact that people are just more actively playing the game on that day. The fact that, you know, it's just the day where you can go out and do things again. And so there's just purely through proxy of you actually playing the game more on a Wednesday is what results in a greater number of sales. But on the flip side of that, that also explains why Saturday and Sunday are big days. They're big days for sales quite simply because it's the weekend and more people are playing the game. Not for any specific reason other than there's just more people playing. So, did you say the Pog Essence can drop for mining herbling? Yeah, apparently that's the primary acquisition method for it, from what I can tell. Because there's a perk in the Cypher system that you can spec into. You can which upgrades your chance of getting them. Which was the big telltale, that if it's increasing your ability to get them through herbing and mining, that means that you must be able to get them, you know, at a base level to begin with. Have you locked it in the bedroom? Yes, you did. Mine was 16 times more expensive, unfortunately. Hey, if you paid $1,600 for 3080, that's still still pretty good going. I know that's MSRP-ish for a 3090, but even for 3080 nowadays, that's not bad. Can I take a minute? I can. Back in 2, boys and girls. Occupy yourselves. Hit that sub button. Do it. Alrighty, we're back. Got a Founders Edition 3080 at 650. I can't even buy the Founders Editions cards where I live. Nvidia doesn't sell them. Although, if I understand it right, the Founders Edition cards aren't really all that... It used to be a slightly different spec card to what then went out to the to your Asus and Gigabytes and people. But to my understanding, it's pretty much the same blueprint nowadays. They just look cool. Like aesthetically, they just look cool. Not that I'm not one of those people that thinks a computer component should look cool. I don't care. I mean, there's a glass panel on the side of my case, but it's actually covered by my monitor, so I can't see it anyway. Zero shits are given about things like, you know, RGB for me. Founders Editions are actually the best cards at the moment, considering they're not the light hash rate ones. That's true. Which is quite insane that that's even legal. It's the whole industry is broken, in my opinion. I'm glad I bought myself a new graphics card, and I don't care about the graphics card industry for another couple of years. Hopefully now I'll be able to ride it out until we get something a little bit more stable in a couple of years. And hopefully that my content creation career will have picked up enough that, you know, if I have to spend silly money on computer components, it just becomes, you know, the cost of doing business, and I don't care about it. It's a write-off. Right, there's everything cancelled, which is nice. Let's get all of this relisted then. Go, go, gadget, go. Game, hello. Oh, it is doing something. Maybe I'll start some mining on the sly. Honestly, mine just, you know, very idly mines in the background all the time now. And as long as your graphics card's got enough overhead to what you're doing and you're not pushing the graphics card, you can quite comfortably be... I can easily play World of Warcraft with a single client open whilst mining in the background and not notice any difference. It's a little bit more I have to turn it off for when I stream, but it idly mines in the background just passively now. Any resources to look at getting into? Speak to Stro. He taught me, so... I begrudgingly bought a 580 when my old stuff broke. Would rather have not have bought a rehashed 480, but it was cheap though. Now I'm a happy camper. Yeah. Haven't they just... I don't know. I don't keep my eyes on it in too much detail, but I think they've just released a new... What was that? 3050? Have they just released? Was it the 3050? It looks fucking useless though, that thing. I don't know why you'd bother at that point. $3090 Ti. $3090 Ti. Download nice hash, paste the address, pick the highest preset that doesn't crash your PC, call it a day. That's not far off. That's not far off. One thing I have noticed, and I have no idea how to fix it or whether it's a commonly known problem, is that if any game is using DirectX 12, if I have been recently mining, DirectX 12 has the tendency to do weird things in the game. But if I haven't been mining, it works perfectly fine. For example, World of Warcraft, I now have it set to use DirectX 11. Because occasionally, when using DirectX 12, I'd get some really weird things going on. Ow. I don't know if that's a known thing, but it just seemed odd to me. How did we clear out an entire... Oh, we cancelled a bunch of stuff. That's I was like, how is there now more items in the mailbox than there was after we've just taken out an entire bag load of them? That makes sense. How much is your wallet from Nice Hash Mining worth now? Oh, probably not at all. I don't know. I don't even know. I haven't looked. It just does it in the background. I don't care. Until it's at least 4 figures, I'm not going to withdraw anything from it anyway.
I cannot carry more.
It's one of those things that it's probably best to not care about too much. Get it set up, make sure that you're profitable doing it, and just let it run in the background and forget about it. And remember about it again in a year when you've got, you know, a stack of cash waiting for you. Job done. There was a new 3080 with 12 gig for a hefty markup, probably to allow the manufacturers to discontinue the original 3080 and to then cancel the orders of those waiting on delivery. Haha, that's yeah, that's yes. Yes, due to if an item is still currently in production, you're obliged to fulfill outstanding orders. Yeah. If you release a new variation though, you won't have any outstanding orders for it. There's a very, very good chance that, yeah, I was going to say that those original orders are probably so old now that either people have given up waiting, or they, you know, were canned a long time ago. But there is the obligation, especially if you've parted with your money, there's the obligation for them to fulfill that order. If for as long as you're happy to wait. Now, I don't know what the legal implications of that are in different countries, but estimates $40 a month profit. Careful, that's not $40 a month profit, that's $40 a month revenue. You want to take into consideration just how much electricity that's going to cost you.
My inventory is full.
It's with estimated electricity. Fair enough. Well, there you go then. $40 a month. There's your phone bill paid for. So you're saying I should use my neighbour's electricity? No, that is not what I'm saying. That's your 2 tokens for the month. Yeah, forget all this gold making in WoW business. Just mine with your graphics card instead and have your graphics card pay for WoW. Job done. All I heard was yes. Sure. Saw the wink. Blink twice for yes. Just move to Iceland, use free earth electricity and cooling. There's yeah, some most industrial, or many I should say, many industrial sized mining operations end up in Iceland because of all of the geothermal energy. Oh no, I'm being post-throttled. This is the worst thing ever. It's bad enough getting cancel throttled. Post throttled though. Ugh. Still showing 365k. I'm waiting for the rest of the sales. I'm really hoping there is a rest of the sales. I really do hope that wasn't everything that we sold yesterday. I mean, sure, there's profit in that all the same, but
I cannot carry more.
how did nobody undercut me on those items before you? I didn't cancel scan after Crafter's Mark gear since yesterday. Well, hopefully you've had some good sales off it then. There's really not that many active people on this realm. Hello, wife.
Hello.
Hang on. Alright. Sorry about that, boys and girls. We're back. Somebody in /2 saying, who wants to buy Corthite crystals? Well, me if they're cheap. Nope, they're not cheap. You keep your Corthite crystals. Electricity is ridiculous here as well. We're the third most expensive country in the world and prices went up 60% last month. I'm expecting a 5k electricity bill on my apartment by the end of the year. Damn. I'd jump for joy for 800 gold Corthite. Servers can be so different. It's incredible just what the difference is on some servers. $60 every 2 months for my house. See, the biggest use for most people of electricity is if they have electric heating. If you're trying to heat and warm your house with electricity, you're going to have a big electricity bill. There's no question about it. It's one of the least effective ways of heating, but it's ironically at the same time one of the most common ones. Luckily, we don't have that. It's all hot water based. But then our sauna is an electric sauna, so also hence why we don't use that too often. Because then you are literally burning money. Just put the PC in the sauna. No, that. I mean, I know you're joking, but there is literally no worse a solution. There's literally no. Can you imagine? You know, just pouring water on your graphics card to get some good steam. For any of my Finnish friends. I'm sure you probably could rig up some pretty. I'm sure maybe we should suggest it to Linus. Linus Tech Tips would probably do something like that. How many mining rigs would it take to heat up a sauna? Could be done. I'm sure it could be done. I mean, if it's non-conductive water, yeah, that's special non-conductive water, yeah, you're right. Didn't he just build a new room to do exactly that kind of test? I don't know, he's doing something. Oh, gold total's going up. We're up to 500k in the mailbox now. Got to get all these expireds out the way.
I cannot carry more.
I still think we did about 1 million yesterday. I don't think we were breaking records yesterday, not even close. But I think we did 7 figures yesterday. I think. I would expect 7 figures still from a reset day. Then send the rig to the hydraulic press, guys. And get it crushed. What's your record? I'm going to be honest, I can't remember. I know we did almost 6. I remember early in 9.1. No, or was it 9.1.5? We did just we broke 5 mil. I'm quite sure we broke 5 mil in a day. On a single realm. You had over 7. Was that on a single realm? See, I can't remember. I think I probably took screenshots of it. I can't actually remember. Do you post all at 24 or 48 hours? I don't have a flat rule. It depends on what it is. For the most part, at the moment, a lot of things are being posted at 24 hours. Stuff that I just, post and forget. Alternatively, I think Legendaries at the moment, I'm posting them for maybe only 12. Okay, Shadowghast necklaces also look to be 24. Maybe I'm posting most stuff at 24 hours right now. Goddamn post throttle. This is painful. Hydraulic press, a new graphics card for maximum views. Yeah, hydraulic press a 3090. I'm sure that will aggravate a lot of people. There was a phase on YouTube where there was some channels that exploded in popularity purely because they just broke expensive things. It was a thing on YouTube for a while, and it was really weird. There was a guy that got super duper ridiculous views for doing it. Tech Racks or something. Well, no, How To Basic is always been, you know, a bit more memey. And then there was the Can It Blend thing, which was almost more of a marketing ploy than it was anything else. But there was a phase where somebody would buy just like 10 brand new iPhones and just break them in different ways, throwing them off top of buildings and running them over with cars. And it was a phase on YouTube for a while which just blew my mind. For starters, they were obviously spending so much money on each video, and I would have imagined that the CPM on those videos, even though they were getting millions of views, was probably not great. Which means the videos must have been sponsored, meaning that companies out there such as Apple and Microsoft and people must have been providing the items to be broken, which is a really weird marketing strategy. Look at 10 different ways that a new iPhone can be broken. If the ad revenue is higher than the cost of the iPhones, then go for it. Well, yeah, see, that's it. I looked at it from a business perspective. That if an iPhone's $1,000 a piece and somebody was breaking 10 iPhones in a video, that video must have generated more than 10k in revenue from somewhere. Even 10 million views on a video like that probably wouldn't generate $10,000, because ad revenue on videos like that is trash. Maybe DOA devices. Most of the time they were fully functioning brand new ones. Half of the gimmick was the fact that they'd be factory sealed before taken out of the box and destroyed. It was really weird. Dog, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're having a stress at your bed? You're doing some digging? I think our dog's got the flu, by the way. She's doing a lot of coughing and she seems a bit restless at the moment. What up, dog? You're not happy with life, are you? You're stressed. Should put doggo cam on. Oh, where are we going now? There we go. Hey, Buzz. Buzz. Apple. Apple. Hey. Say hi to the camera. Woohoo! She's not looking. She's not looking. Hey, hey. Hi. Hey. Look off. She's not having any of it. No. She's the only dog in the world that has a bed inside her bed and is still not happy about it. She's the only dog in the world that has a double bed and she's still not happy. Right, mistress, that one. Which iPhone is more bulletproof? 42 million views. Damn, there we go. Point in proof. If you're able to bang out videos that get 42 million views, though, it's usually not too difficult for you to find a sponsor for that video. You don't, like, if you're able to get 42 million views on a video, you don't care about ad revenue anymore, because you don't need to. You absolutely don't need to at that point. There'll be a company out there that will be quite happy to have 42 million sets of eyeballs on their product and will pay you handsomely to do it. Oh, we did break a mil. 1.3 mil. That'll do. That'll do. For a single cancel scan on reset day, that'll do. Let's not talk about just how much gold I spent on stuff, though. Our expenditure yesterday probably means we maybe broke even. Again, oops. Hey, it'll pay off in 9.2. I'm not in the game to make money at the moment. I'm in the game to keep slowly ticking over, keep revenue going, but whilst also having a nice inventory ready and waiting for 9.2. Although I've got to be careful I don't burn through too much liquid gold, otherwise I put a lot of pressure on myself to sell everything again. Number Seal, welcome in. Good morning to you. Welcome, welcome. Spent like 2.5 mil today on some of the cheaper mats. I really don't want to look at my gold graph. Yeah, my gold graph is going in the opposite direction, and it's been going in the opposite direction for quite a while. I'm more than ready for 9.2 to turn around, and my overall value is increasing dramatically. If you take the market value of all of my items, my overall value is going up, but the liquid gold, which is what most people can, structure themselves by, is trending relatively downward recently. The graph is kind of quite scary. But as long as my revenue is as long as my sales is matching my expenses, it's really not a problem. It's really not a problem at all. Last month I've spent nearly 20 mil on stocked materials. I really need to stop buying stuff. One of the other guys on the realm that frequently is selling legendaries is looking to try and buy Corthite crystals in trade chat for 600 gold. I mean, fair play to the guy, but he might get 2 or 3 at that price. I don't think anybody's going to be selling him anything in bulk, though. We now need to probably, since I know that there's 1.3 million gold in the mailbox, we should probably go out there and spend 1.3 million gold. Yoink. That should give us enough to do. If I look at what do I need regarding okay. Maybe I need to loot this first as well properly. Yeah, because there's still stuff in here. I thought there was. Okay. All sold 1.3 mil. Yoink. Yeah, my expenditure is not. I need to rein this in a little bit. I've got enough Corthite crystals to maybe do a restock and to maybe last me a few days. Yeah. Did you decide to buy that Phaedra Moor? Some. I unwillingly bought some. Although, quite interestingly now, it's all gone. So, some other people have decided to buy it as well. There's a very strong likelihood that whoever has listed all of this bought it at 13 and relisted it at 25. Do I dare look at doing any shopping? I need to go a day where I don't buy a boatload of materials. Luckily though, my average buy price on a lot of materials is getting to a point where I don't necessarily need to buy a whole bunch of stuff. Phaedra Moor, I've literally got nearly 80,000 Phaedra Moor at this point. That's considerably more than any single person needs. But I consider there to be about 10 gold profit in each one. So Solonamore is cheap, but it's also very sus. Solonamore very frequently gets trashed in value. And considering it prospects into neck essences, I'm not too keen to have more of this than I really need. Having some of it, if I ever feel the need to craft Shadowghast ingots, is sure great, but even then it's like, ugh, crafting Shadowghast ingots. It is quite a way under my smart average price though, so we'll have that. Nightshade, don't care about. Sacred Shards, I should be buying these up just to shatter the damn things. What does that make? Sacred Shards at 18 makes Dust 6, right? I don't have any dust and it's listed at 12. There's mad money. See, somebody that's just starting needs to take some time out of their day to just buy these shards, turn them into dust, sell the dust, double the money, job done. Although there's not enough to make it worth your while doing, that's the problem. Yeah, we ain't gonna be doing that. We ain't gonna be doing any of that business. I might buy some of these just so my smart average buy price is reflected. I mean, it's 13k. I mean, I'd literally make that on a single legendary sale. Herbs I don't care about. I don't do anything with herbs ever. Oxane ore is expensive again. Sinvir ore is expensive again. This goddamn lightless silk refuses to go cheap. Actually refuses to go cheap. Like, public service announcement to whoever's selling all of this lightless silk. Post it at 25 gold and I will buy all of it. Post it at 25 and I will buy all of it. But for now, I'm not going to buy all of it. I'm only going to chip away at the cheaper stuff. If you want me to buy all of your lightless silk, I will do it. But you've got to post it at 25. Callous hide at 40. It's not really what I'd consider cheap, but it's better than nothing. Damn, eternal crystals at 44 apiece. So what's 44 divided by 9? 4.8, less than 5 for dust through shattering all the way. Hot damn. Not that I envisage myself wanting to do it, but hey, maybe one day. Maybe one day we might. Heavy Desolate at 54. That's too expensive. We've been picking this up recently for like 40. Shadowghast ingots at 71. They're 50 to make. I'm paying somebody a handsome premium for these. But once again, it's one of those scenarios where I'd much rather pay somebody else to make them than have to make them myself. Heavy Callous Hide at 450. That's a little bit over what I want to spend, and I've got a little bit in supply. I've not got as much as I would like, though. The good old days when you could have farmers on retainer, never ran out of cheap mats. The good old days. The good old days when people played the game. Right, I need to now do something with all of these materials. Let's do something with all of these materials. In a weird way, I almost want to, I almost feel the need to level my mage to 60 so that I can, this auction house character I'm talking about, I almost feel like leveling them to 60 just so that I can,
Inventory is full.
up their enchanting game. Should I spend 60 bucks to boost a character just to have enchanting? As long as it's on a spare account. Did you buy all the Phaedrum? I bought some. I unfortunately was not willing to go as far as to buy all of it because I already had like dirty amounts of it at that price. Did I hear a leveling stream? There's, annoyingly so, there is a bunch of characters I actually want to get leveled. It will probably be something I do in the latter part of 9.2, to be honest. I like to end every expansion with every class at max level, just so that in the next expansion, if something significant changes, and if, you know, if at a moment's notice I want to play, I don't know, a shaman, then I can, you know, have a shaman. I kind of like to be in that position. So there's a bunch of characters that I could do with leveling from 50 to 60. Remember when I was farming back in the day, most of the people that bought mats for me for cheap always asked me to stop after some days since I was farming way more than they could buy and use. They were obviously shit. They obviously weren't doing it right. They need to learn the crafting at scale game. Hot damn. If a single person can supply you with more materials than you know what to use, you're doing something wrong. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but they were doing something significantly wrong. The reason you have farmers on retainer is because you know, we worked it out yesterday for my now I know the legendary game is a different game completely, but we worked it out yesterday that to fulfill my need for rank 6 legendaries, it requires, I as one single crafter require 100 active Korthite crystal farmers to sustain what it is that I'm offering in terms of rank 6 legendaries. That's, like, let that sink in for a second. One crafter needs the resources of 100 active players. That is just how outrageously large amount of materials I go through. Started this expansion by leveling every class to max. Thank God for a global pandemic. Hey, if you got time on your hands, then sure. If you got time on your hands, then sure. Dailies generally give 8 to 11 crystals each per character on a common day.
My inventory is full.
No, not even close. Not even close, my friend. Not even close. There's the broker quest for killing the suggested 3 group 1 might give you 2 Korthite crystals. If you happen to bang out Shaping Fate on that one, you might also get a couple through Shaping Fate. If you're really lucky, you might get a couple through some, you know, from killing a rare or from getting super duper lucky with bone piles on the floor. You do not get 8 to 10 crystals a day on average. Not even close. Shaping Fate is a guaranteed 5. Yeah, exactly. Shaping Fate, but then of course that's you know, you can only complete that once a week, which still means that Shaping Fate averages less than 1 crystal a day. So Found one from a mushroom. Yeah, although you can only get the Archivist's relics. You can only get the relics. You can only loot them from bone piles 5 times, I think, a day. But the bone piles you can actually farm crystals with. You can, in theory, run around Korthia farming bone piles to continuously get Korthite crystals. But arguably with their price, even if you're making 1,000 gold a piece, it's probably still not worth your time to do it. Because you can't really guarantee yourself more than a couple an hour. What am I going to do with all of this stupid Phaedrum ore? I'm thinking I might... Oh, I've already got an entire guild bank full of the stuff, I think. In fact, I've almost got nearly 2 guild banks full of the stuff. You can only make 11 on the single day once a week if you're completing the Shaping Fate. Yeah, that's it. It's not on any given day. You might get 11 on a Wednesday when you just complete Korthia and complete the Shaping Fate. But then for the rest of the week, you might only get 1 or 2 a day. And even then, that's not guaranteed. So by the law of averages, you probably only get a couple of Korthite crystals a day. Which is the primary reason to why they're slowly but surely increasing in value on many realms. Because for as long as there's still people that want their rank 6 legendaries, I can nearly guarantee you there is definitely not enough people out there farming Korthite crystals to meet supply. I would be stocking up on Korthite crystals given the opportunity. The problem is I don't have the opportunity. I struggle to get my hands on enough of them to meet my crafting needs as it is. Never mind stocking up on them. Right, I now have 2 entire guild bank tabs of Phaedrum ore. I don't have room for all of this. I'm gonna have to do a cheeky send it somewhere and wait for it to get sent back business. I don't like using mailbox storage, but sometimes, considering there's not enough storage options in the game, sometimes needs must. The first dungeon or 3 bosses or 1k honor in an arena per week is 5 crystals via the vault.
I cannot carry more.
That's also on the assumption that you are already fully geared and don't need anything from the vault. Purely yeah, it's true. I mean, there are other ways to get the crystals, but the overall summary here is that the crystals are usually the least valuable of a reward that you can get, unless obviously the Korthite crystals were 10k a piece. Then people might think differently about it, but they're not. They're like, you know, between 600 to 1,500 gold on most realms right now. The mailboxes on my other characters are going to look disgusting. This heavy callous hide, I probably need to convert a whole stack of this into... Let's clear that real quick. Let's restock that. Yeah, I thought I was going to need a bunch of this. Oh my days, I'm nearly out of soul dust as well. Ugh. Gross. Mailbox storage is the best as long as you don't take a break from the game. Well, yeah, this is the concern, right? This is the concern. Not that I have any intentions of taking a break from the game, but, you know, most of the time the reason people lose things to the mailbox boss is because, you know, they didn't plan to take a break from the game, it just happened. What are we doing with the rest of these mats? I guess if we're going to do any shattering of crystals, they go that way. He probably needs the shadow ghast ingots as well. This needs to be converted. Callous hide just needs to be sent wherever it needs to go. You can have a couple of those as well, and you can have those, and you can have those. Right, there we go. That's looking better. That's looking better. Okay, do I dare see what our TSM graph looks like? Did we? Oh my god. Oh my days. Oh, well, this is actually not quite fair, because 3 million gold is actually sent to another character that it hasn't. I've not looted it yet. So that it's not actually quite as dramatic a drop as it first looks. I think we broke even yesterday. Even though we stocked up on a bunch of materials, we broke even, which is good. I wonder what my... Does the ledger take into consideration stuff in the mail? It appears it does. I do not have 340 million gold worth of stuff, though. DB market, you are broken. DB region market average is about as close as something sensible we can get to. There we go. 50 million in just stuff. 50 million in stuff. On top of our liquid gold, which puts us at a total valuation of about 75 mil. If we consider liquid gold on top of inventory value. 100 mil by the end of the expansion. That's my aim. 100 mil by the end of the expansion. If not in liquid, but in total overall value. And I should also point out that I don't deal in transmog, so this is not overly inflated. Although there are some things that are going to contribute adversely to this. Look at the value of some of the materials that we have, though, at the moment. We have over 2 million in Korthite crystals. We have over 2 million in arboreal shards. We have 1.6 million in Phaedrum ore, 1.4 million in Elythium, 1.4 in heavy callous hide. Nearly 1 million in shadow ghast ingots. Okay, there's one random primal mooncloth bag that's throwing things. How has that got a regional average price of 720k? Sure. We've got 83 abyssal fragments. I really should sell these. These are like, you know, these are a mount. I acquired lots of these in BFA that I still haven't done a lot with. 0.5 mil of heavy desolate leather, pre-crafted, ready to go. Nearly 0.5 mil of callous hide, and only then do we start getting into, you know, our stock of current legendaries. You must go higher because I'm going for 100 mil. We'll see. We'll see. The gold graph in red is a great screenshot post for Reddit to complain how expensive and difficult the legendary crafting is, hence the 100% markup. You're probably not wrong, actually. I mean, most people, like, and to emphasize here, this is the state of my graph, and I already have every single legendary at every single rank. This is business as usual for me. This is easy ticking over. This isn't me taking huge losses because I'm power leveling legendaries. This is just me ticking over. This is business as usual. Business as usual is spending 30 million gold in a month, whilst only making 28. But the reason I've been able to spend 30 million is because I've sold nearly 1 million gold of stuff a day on average, on a medium pop realm. If you were really going balls to the wall on a high pop realm, or full pop realm, these numbers would be 2 or 3 times this. Yeah, don't post that. I could post this to r/wow, not WoW economy, but r/wow. That's a complaining post. It'd get lots of updates because, you know, people love a good rant over there. I think the ledger does not take into account the player-to-player trades. Well, that's fine because I don't do them. So I historically don't do face-to-face trading. If I have the ability to craft it, it's probably on the auction house already. And if it's on the auction house already, that's the amount of gold I want for it. I'll accept less if there's competition, but I'm not giving you a discount for free. Do you still keep restocking one of each Lego for every rank? Or do you do... Well, at the moment, my inventory is... I don't stock 1s, 2s and 3s. I just don't stock them. I don't need to. Even though in many cases rank 3s are still profitable, I just don't bother. I'm already dealing with way too many items as it is. But I do stock up to 5 of every single rank 4, up to 5 of every single rank 6, and I have 3 of every rank 5, but I very, very rarely sell a rank 5. This is basically 7 million of gold I'll never get back. I know that for a fact. But in 9.2, I will continue doing exactly what I'm doing here. I will just add rank 7s to the end, and I'll probably stock as many of them as I need based on how many of them I can sell and how many materials I can get. I'm willing to spend every penny I have on, you know, rank 7s if needed. I've rank 5s as well, just 1 left for 2 months and I can't sell it. Yeah, rank 5s are an absolute meme. I've got way too much stock of rank 5s, but it's, you know, it's just a write-off. I'd rather have them in those occasions. The thing is for me with rank 5s is the very occasional sale I do make on rank 5s is always really profitable. So slowly but surely, the sales I do get on rank 5s are covering the cost of all of the ones I will eventually not sell. But yeah, my investment into rank 5s was probably not so sensible. But, you know. I, in theory, do need to do a restock, though. We are missing quite a few rank 4s. And the fact that there's a 0, I don't like 0s. Seeing 0s is bad news. The reason I stock 5 rank 6s of every type is so that I should not see 0s. I should never run out of stock. But occasionally it still happens. Shadow Grimvale Mittens, for example, we have none of them at the moment at rank 6. Which, you know, if you don't craft something, you don't sell it. It's a lost opportunity. Same with Shadowgast Greaves. We've not got any rank 4s at the moment. Meaning I should probably do something about this. When Shadowlands ends, there'll be so many guild banks with just odd Legos collecting dust. Yeah, the likelihood is at the end of... I'll probably just... Any stock I haven't sold through by the end of, you know... Once 10.0 lands, I'll probably just vendor it all. I'll probably just get rid of it. What's my settings for LST? I never really bothered with it, to be honest. I'm in a weird situation where I don't really restock my legendaries with LST, even though it is actually very good for restocking. But the only reason I still use Trade Skill Master for restocking legendaries is because I don't craft based on profit. I craft based on inventory numbers. But that is not a suggested way of doing it. I understand the risk that I'm taking crafting up to an inventory value regardless of profit. I'm very aware that that is a super risky way of doing it, but it's the Walmart style approach. You know, stack it high, sell it cheap, and take your wins where you get them, but don't be afraid to take losses at the same time. It takes a huge amount of gold to be able to use that methodology, which is why I don't suggest it. Most people want to craft what's profitable and then sell it. In which LST is actually pretty good at that, because you can quite easily say, right, this is the minimum profit that I want on an item before you restock it. If I haven't leveled up that profession to max, you might be willing to take less of a profit. You might even be willing to take a loss on an item just for the opportunity to craft it to gain the experience. You can then choose how many you want to restock, or what the smallest number you want to. Some people don't like restocking just one item. They'd rather wait until they've sold a couple of them and then restock. So you can adjust that here. LST is actually really good for restocking your legendaries. It started off as a nice way to just be able to track what you still had. But now it's actually remarkably good for restocking your legendaries as well. Even going as far as giving you material lists of all the items that you're going to need, how many of them you have available already, and then how many you're missing. So you just, you get your shopping list and you can go out and gather the things you need. For 99% of people, I would recommend restocking Legos with LST over TSM. Obviously, you still have to probably sell everything with Trade Skill Master, but recrafting and restocking with LST is the way to go. Unless you are already fully leveled, and I just, just sell more stuff for a profit than at a loss, and I'm fine. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the way to do it. That's the way to do it. This is why putting all of your eggs in a single basket is risky, because if that basket stops being profitable, you've got nowhere to go. But at the moment, there is 35 different legendaries. There's 35 different possible legendaries. And there's 6 possible ranks. So what's that in total? 35 times 6. There's over 200 possible combinations of base legendary available to craft now. This is why when you see some people say that, yes, I power leveled Shadowgast rings. That's great. Well done. You power leveled Shadowgast rings. You have 6 possible items you can sell. 6 possible items you can sell if you just power level 1 slot. I have 210 possible things I can sell. As long as I make more, as long as I sell more things profitably than I don't, I still come out ahead. I hope you're getting your monthly 0.5 cent commission from Stro. Well, no, I actually pay him. I support him on Patreon, so I don't receive a penny of advertising commissions, no. Is the Phantasma Legendary... The Phantasma Legendary is good for the Torghast achievements? Or Leaper or Warrior? Is it really? I can't believe anybody's ever crafted that thing. Some 190s might still sell if the legendary effect isn't disabled. That's true, actually. You might still sell low-level legendaries after the expansion just for the powers. But I don't bother with ranks 1 through till 3 or 5. Only 4 and 6 at the moment. That's quite sensible. I would also... that's basically the way that I look at it. But I just restock rank 5s if I sell them regardless, because I'd rather have it for sale. I don't cancel scan. Well, I don't cancel scan full stop, but I don't cancel scan specifically on rank 5s. If I ever log on later in the day and choose to do a cancel scan, I'll cancel scan rank 6s, maybe rank 4s, but I rarely do a cancel scan on rank 5s. I just, it's a post and forget. Right, that's this realm done. I'm going to log off this realm now, otherwise all I'm going to do is spend the rest of the stream just talking about legendaries on this realm again, which was not my intention of today. My intention of today was to do some more PTRE stuff. I think that's even the title of the stream, but we'll... Rank 4 capes for less than 10k. Damn. See that? You look at that and you're like, wow, that's really cheap. But when you break it down, you kind of forget that a rank 4 tailoring item costs actually nothing. Like 6,000 gold to craft this item. Some arboreal shards, a bit of lightless silk, and some shrouded cloth. What's funny though, back at the, it just goes to show how your perception of value changes so quickly. Back at the start of Shadowlands, the thought of spending 6,000 gold on crafting a single item was scary. Now I drop 1,000,000 gold on materials and don't even think about it. It's incredible just how, you know, one expansion can change your entire perception of, you know, gold in a game. It's mad. It's mad. Anyway, let's log out this one. Let's check what's going on over on Draenor. Oh my god, I've got 1 day worth of game time left on my Draenor Auction House account. I just craft the 1 rank 5. If it sells, I craft it again next restock. But I have a lack of Korthite. I think everybody has a lack of Korthite crystals on their realm. It's the #1 reason why the price is slowly going up on Korthite crystals, not down. The fact that there is still many people out there that will happily buy their rank 6 legendary. But there's even less people that are willing to go and farm the Korthite crystals needed for it. Be a brother and don't renew the sub. Don't worry, my presence on Draenor is still very baby-esque. I'm not a big player on Draenor, and not even close. You won't even notice I'm here. $146 in the mailbox. Let's then do a quick cancel over here. No legendaries posted. I am the lack of Korthite crystals on my realm. Well, so am I, in theory. I think I'll continue to do Korthia dailies in 9.2. Weirdly, if the continued sales of rank 6s are good enough, people might turn to doing that. Although it very heavily depends on just what the pricing is going to be of the new vestige. Because, of course, the new we did some maths on this the other day on stream. That the likelihood is that Blizzard are going to want the new vestige of Eternal, because it offers +3 ranks, to be a smidge more expensive than what the rank 2 is currently. You know, because it's a bigger, more powerful item, which in turn will mean that it will be a while before you'll be able to use those vestiges on anything other than crafting rank 7s. In theory, you could use a vestige of the Eternal on a rank 1 and make rank 4s like literally the second you start leveling legendaries. The problem is, though, is there just might not be enough materials, and they might not be enough materials at the right price to make that worthwhile. We updated the cheat sheet a few days ago for Jawn crafting, which it now shows. It now has the crafting of the vestige of Origins displayed a little nicer. It also has the new vestige of the Eternal with its relative crafting costs, some upgraded materials for you to put in, and there's this extra information being displayed, basically showing you what are the different options of crafting. See, you're gonna rank 4s. There's going to be 3 different ways you can make a rank 4 come patch 9.2. The rank 4 pattern by itself, a rank 2 plus a vestige of Origins making a rank 4, or even potentially a rank 1 plus the vestige of Eternal. If these things end up being cheap, which they won't be to begin with, trust me. These haven't been material balanced yet. These are all subject to change very heavily. There will be, you know, different ways of crafting ultimately the same thing. Oh, we know the item level of rank 7 now. 291. Did I change it for this? No. Whoa, hang on, we've missed one. There we go. Plus, I've also added the cheapest method of making rank 5s, 6s, and 7s down the bottom of the sheet. The sheet is the spreadsheet, I think, is still primarily used by people leveling up legendaries. I think by the time people start maxing out different ranks of legendaries, they no longer feel the need to use the spreadsheet too much. So you probably don't need material breakdowns anything past rank 4. I think this crafting method might be a big bonus to some people though, because this is information that's not very easy to see in game. Even with add-ons, this is really not very easy information to see in the game. You can kind of do it by, you know, just in Trade School Master, for example, you can go. Hang on, which one's been logged off here? Which account is this? Income. What? What? Hello? Let's try that again. Hang on. Hang on. Banned, so banned. Let's try again. Goblin who's maxed out all his Legos knows your spreadsheet in their sleep. Well, that's also probably true. No, we're in. Okay. Don't know what was going on there. Oh, hang on. Your account has been logged in somewhere else. Oh, hang on. What? Now I'm so confused. I don't even know what that was. Oh, was that the test realm? I got kicked out of the test realm. Maybe there's a PTO update. That's probably what it was. Okay, fine. What was I saying? Yeah, you can kind of simulate this in game a little bit. But this, I think, is going to be helpful for people to just very quickly see, right, if I need to restock on rank 4s, if I've run out of rank 4s, well, how should I be crafting them? Oh, well, actually, this is the cheapest way to do it. I'll do it that way. Add-ons in-game are not fantastic at telling you. I mean, TSM just doesn't do this at all, which is #1 reason why you should probably not be recrafting with TSM if you care about profits. Even if you don't care about profits, it still doesn't have the ability to choose the cheapest way to craft an item, which is a big downside. Only since Corthite crystals have been so expensive that it's not feasible to use vestiges on lower ranks is, yeah. TSM is not suited for legendaries in any way, shape or form. It kind of just about maybe works for selling the things, but crafting them, it's terrible. A quick glance at this with your realm's material prices can probably save people a boatload of cash in the right circumstances, which I think will become quite helpful. I haven't done this for all of the other professions yet. I've only updated jewel crafting, because there's a few other things I kind of want to somehow, and a few people have suggested or showcased different ways to do this. I've not decided if I want to do it yet, but this is obviously all taking into consideration the fact that it's making the assumption that you're crafting your vestiges with the same profession, which in many cases is not a terrible idea unless it's tailoring. Tailoring is a terrible idea to craft vestiges with tailoring. You almost always want to craft your vestiges with another profession because tailoring was so significantly more expensive, meaning that people looked to pair tailoring with another profession just to make the vestiges. Hopefully, or at least the way that it looks so far, the balance of the Vestige of Eternals seems to be close enough that specific pairing of professions probably won't make much of a difference. But yeah, it's still up in the air because the materials haven't been balanced by, as far as I can gather. So, do you have your TSM set up to use the cheaper Vestige in the crafting cost? No, because you can't. This is the problem. For recrafting Legendaries generally, well, yeah, TSM is just not very good for Legendaries. It works-ish, sort of, maybe. But it's a real hack job to do it. Because I don't care about the profit in crafting things, I just craft things. I usually keep it's one of those where you shouldn't blindly trust an add-on still. Just because TSM gives me a big restock list of Legendaries, I'm always cautious of that. Well, maybe I could be creating my rank 4s with a lower you know, a lower rank plus a Vestige, but that's not been feasible for me for a long time because Korthite Crystal prices are too high. But that's just something I'm passively aware of. It's not something that an add-on can easily tell me. You can overwrite it in a crafting operation, so you make a new crafting operation for tailoring. Yes and no. Even if you change your crafting operation, it's still, because of how TSM works, it still doesn't work properly. It's difficult for me to explain why. Just trust me when I say that TSM for crafting is pretty terrible. For a newbie, can you buy a lower rank base item and upgrade it with a Vestige? No, Vestiges are optional reagents. Their only use is during the craft of the item. They cannot retroactively be added. So you have the Vestige of the Origins is purely a crafter thing. You have to use it at the time of craft. Crafting is what I've got sorted out. It's the auctioning I need to fix. Yeah, like I said, I would recommend using LST for crafting your Legendaries. It's the smartest option out there. LST in concoction with my spreadsheet is a good combination for crafting, especially if you're leveling your Legendaries. Once you've crafted the stuff, though, you're gonna end up very quickly using Trade School Master to sell the things. But even then, you kind of have to hack Trade School Master to sell them for the right price, which is, yeah, double frustrating. Imagine Blizz makes it so that you can add the Vestige after crafting. I would be buying up all those 10 gold Legos. Yeah, true. Yeah. Are the commands not working? The commands don't appear to be working. It's probably because it's still run by Streamlabs. Yeah, I'll look into that. A few people have been saying that the commands haven't been working for them. Maybe Streamlabs is having a bit of a global issue. Insert dad joke. That's not a command. Right. Let's get some stuff relisted on Draenor then. If we can get everything relisted here, loot the mailbox. We're like retail is then kind of just, you know, done for the day. I can leave it there and we can get back to the PTR. Sheet's a great way to decide which direction you want to go in, and then LST can do the crafting calculations. Yeah, exactly. That's the way I'd recommend doing it. There is a bit of preparation that's worthwhile doing if you do plan to get into Legendaries. Understanding just how outrageously expensive it is the first thing. Now, that's obviously something that most people are aware of very quickly. But be aware, if you have any intention of power leveling any rank of Legendary, it can get very expensive very quickly. A lot more than is first advertised when you first pick up the profession. You might look at like the crafting cost of a rank 1, realize you need to craft 15 of them and do some simple maths there and think, oh, this isn't going to be too bad. You wait until you're trying to mass craft rank 3s, then it really starts to get expensive. If you look at even Jawn crafting, for example, rank 1s you can craft 15 of them for 90,000 gold. Which some people will look at that when they first get access to these and go, that's not too bad. Then what's it going to be for rank 2 and rank 3? Oh, like maybe 300k in total. No, it progressively gets a lot more expensive. Your rank 2s are going to cost you 135k if you wish to power level them. Your rank 3s are going to cost you 225k, giving an overall cost of over nearly 500,000 gold. So you first see like 90,000 and you think that, oh, well, maybe, you know, that's not too bad. But you actually get to you unlock rank 3 and you're still only halfway there. It's deceptive just how expensive it gets. But that's why I always promote the cheat sheet, because, you know, it shows you those numbers ahead of time, based on your material values. If you craft a rank 3 by a rank 1 plus a 2, do you get the experience of a rank 1 or a rank 3? A rank 1. You always get the experience of whatever the base crafting pattern you're using is, regardless of whether you use a vestige or not. I did actually on the sheet as well. I added that to the top here, so that crafting the rank 1 pattern with or without a vestige will grant 5 experience. Crafting the rank 2 pattern with or without a vestige will grant 10 experience. Crafting rank 3 pattern with or without a vestige will grant 15 experience. And you need a total of 450 experience in that item to reach rank 4 to unlock the 4th rank. In percentage terms, how much back would you get if you sold the items you made during leveling? If you, in today's market, if you get 20% of the cost back, you've done pretty well. Leveling is a big money sink currently. But it's because all of the profit is weighted on the top ranks. Rank 4s... Yeah, rank 4s and rank 6s are the two ones that actually, in most cases, will sell. Not only will they sell consistently, they'll also probably sell at a profit as well. So yeah, if you spend $1 million gold or 900,000 gold maxing out Jawn crafting, that will give you the ability to craft everything that Jawn crafting has to offer. But of that 900,000 gold, you might make 200k of it back in a short period of time anyway. You can probably make more of it back if you are willing to sell your stuff at a higher price and just accept slower sales. But, you know, I would estimate you probably only get back about 20% of what you put in whilst leveling. Which is why it's expensive, right? And then when you look at leatherworking, Jawn crafting is one of the cheap ones. Tailoring, you're looking at 1.5 million to max out tailoring. But of course, for that, you're getting access to 9 different slots over just 2. Leatherworking, though, is where it starts to get ridiculous. Just Umbra Hide alone is 3 million that you have to put in. For Umbra Hide, you then have Bone Shatter on top of that. So Bone Shatter's even more expensive. You're still looking at about 7 million gold to max leatherworking currently. of which if you get 20% of that back, you might put in 7 mil and you might get 1.4, 1.5 back. Let's say you put 7 in and you get 2 back. It's basically meaning that it's going to cost you 5 million gold to level up leatherworking right now. So that means you are going to have to sell a lot of rank 4s, 6s, and in the future rank 7s to make that 5 million gold back. This is why people at the top end, the rank 6s and rank 7s, this is why people want, like, they want to double their money on everything that they sell, because they're trying desperately to recuperate the cost of leveling the profession in the first place. This is where people like me get in the way, right? Because I've covered the cost of leveling months ago. I covered the cost of leveling my legendaries in patch 9.0. I'm now literally just looking to make profit on everything that I sell. I'm not recuperating costs. So I can sell rank 6 legendaries for 10% profit and be happy, more than happy. I'm winning making 10% profit on a rank 6. Everybody else, though, that's still trying to recuperate those big leveling costs need those big double your money sales on rank 6s to help cover the costs that they've already spent. So this is why people who are just getting into, they've just unlocked rank 6s, get really, really annoyed when people push the profits down to like sub 10%. And it's the nature of the game, unfortunately. The barrier to entry to legendaries is capital. It's gold. That is the barrier to entry. There's no skill. There's no skill. There's no real expertise. It's literally how much gold do you have? How much? There's a for each profession. If it's 5 million for leatherworking, you're gonna lose. You're gonna say 5 million for leatherworking. Blacksmithing, you're gonna put 2.5 in. You might get half back. So another 2 million of expense for blacksmithing. So that's 5 for leatherworking, 2 for blacksmithing. That's 7 mil. Tailoring, you put 1.4 in. You'll probably get, let's just say, half of 500k back on that. So it's another million gold there for tailoring. So what's that? 5, 6, 7, 8. 8.5. If you want to max if you want to get to the position where you have every single legendary at every single slot, there's probably a cost of around 8 million gold with today's markets. Roughly. These are obviously broad, rough numbers. But about 8 million gold is what you have to take and put in the bin to get to the point where you have every single legendary available at every single rank. But like I said in a video that I put out a while ago, almost gold cap, yeah. I talked about the cost of getting into the legendary market a little bit a while ago, talking about how you need to get through rank 1 hell to start giving you some options to where you can potentially start making some gold. And then it was like, you know, the advertise was like, it's going to cost you 2 million just to craft through your rank 1s. Roughly 8 million. If you want to get to the point where you can craft and sell every single legendary, you need to take almost a gold cap. Like almost, I'd average it at about 8 million gold. You need to just put it in the bin. But if you do that, super risky, right? There's not many people out there that have 8 million gold to risk on this in the first place. But if you do choose to do it, that 8 million gold that you just put in the bin now, in patch 9.2, when everybody starts selling rank 7 legendaries, and more importantly, everybody is incentivized to buy 2 rank 7 legendaries, that 8 million gold loss leveling up could make you 10, 20, 30 million gold quite comfortably come patch 9.2 if you focus on it. It's a big risk, but there's a really big reward. But of course, it's not guaranteed. That's why it's a risk. In patch 9.2, if you camp like a mofo, you could make 10, 20, 30 million. Please caveat that. Well, yeah, you're probably not going to make 10, 20, 30 million just passively. You are going to have to put in additional effort to sell those rank 7s, sure, because there'll be many other people trying to do the same. You are probably going to have to not only level your crafters quickly and effectively so that you get access to the patterns as quick as possible. You are also then probably going to need to spend a lot of time at the auction house keeping your listings at the front of the queue. The cancel scan meta will be big again. "24/7 auction house PvP. Hey, I tend not to do much auction house PvP unless it's worth my time. First few weeks of a patch though, it's definitely worth my time. Be right back, gotta sell a kidney. It almost feels like that. It almost feels like that. Yeah, that's that's quite close to the truth. Now this is why I would be quite more than happy to see the back of the legendary crafting system. I think having 8 million gold as a barrier to entry is relatively steep. I think that's and this is why it's for that reason alone to why there is not many people, even on the biggest realms out there, that have access to every single legendary at every single rank. Many people end up powering up through the meta slots, the ones where they foresee their path to success being easier, and then ignore the rest of them. There's probably very few people that have every single pattern available, even on the biggest realms, just because it's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous gold to do it. Kidneys grow back, right? Yeah, of course. Sell both of them. It's not that you won't make gold if you're more casual about it. You could still just hit it for an hour or two a day if you want, but cancel scanning can burn you out quick if you're not built for it. Yes, it's true. One thing I usually talk about when I talk about cancel scanning is cancel scanning at the right time is almost more important than cancel scanning in the first place. Cancel scanning at 3 o'clock in the afternoon is probably pointless. You're at that point being really inefficient, because the reason you cancel, people forget that the reason they're cancel scanning is to capture the people that are buying items at that given time. It's super easy to forget that the people buying your items are also other human beings. They are other players. It's not a computer simulation. It's not PvE, it's PvP. You're selling to somebody, you're selling to another player. So you can work out very quickly then, well, when are the times in the day where the most people are playing? And when are the times in the day where those people are most likely to buy the items I'm selling? So yeah, like I said, cancel scanning between like 5 and 7 in the evening is probably really good use of your time. That's when they're getting home from work, they're getting home from school, they're getting ready, they're getting prepared, they're getting their consumables before they go do their evening raid or their Mythic Plus or their RGBs or whatever it is they're doing. Equally, I usually tend to find that I get a lot of success cancel scanning very late in the evening, after the raid is finished. You tend to find people will run to the auction house after their raid is finished. They then know, what loot drops that they've had for that week. They then might look at saying, right, well, now I have the ability to buy that rank 7 or, So yeah, shortly before people go raiding and shortly after are the two periods where I would recommend you actually cancel scan. If you focus your cancel scanning on those 2 hours in a day, you can then forget about cancel scanning for the rest of the day almost entirely. Lots of people used to do Torghast after the raid if they raided after work on reset day. I imagine that's the case, yeah. If you've all gone and done the raid, it then becomes very easy to just, once you've done the raid, very easy for a few of you to split off and do, you know, quickly zerg through Torghast or something, get your soul ash or soul cinders for the week. There's something to be said though about finding your niche. I'm not on so much at night, but I sold most of my stuff before work at 9 AM. Yeah, that's also true. The early bird catches the worm. If you can relist your auctions, you can catch those very early morning sales as well sometimes. Tend to do it on second account, just between battlegrounds or quests or whatever. Better for my mental health when I do it like that. Yeah, just sitting at the auction house and just cancel scanning, relisting will actually burn you into the ground very quickly. Whether you're built for it per se or not. Make cancel scanning a side activity. Make it something that you just, you know, you do every 10-20 minutes whilst you're actively doing something else. That's the only way that you'll feasibly be able to do it for extended periods of time without melting into the floor. Figured out when the competitors log off in the evening, so mine are on top the whole night. Adding your competition to the friends list. That's BIS. That's meta tactics right there. We have just peaked on Draenor. We are now the wealthiest we have ever been on Draenor. We have an overall gold of 254,000 gold on Draenor. The single most amount of gold we've ever had, I think. Which is very nice. Our 30 days revenue numbers are actually steadily increasing, which is also very nice. The likelihood is, though, the fact that we've gone from having only 21,000 gold all the way up to having 254,000 gold means that if we were to do a restock right now, we'd be back down to about here. And also this account is actually about 12 hours away from expiring. So the account is not technically self-sufficient yet. But if I was to restock a little bit more, it probably would be. What's our actual, hang on. What's the ledger saying? DB region market average. 2.1 million worth of stuff still. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. 15 Shadowghast rings at the top in terms of value. Of course they are. Of course they are. We ain't never seeing all of that gold back though. We know that for a fact. What are you doing on Draenor? Draenor is just our side hustle at the moment. We're getting up to speed. Draenor has been using my Patreon TSM profile as a way for me to showcase just how very easy it is to get into crafting. With a very simple setup, you can just, you know, start flying almost straight away. Just have the male legs left to level. I really don't want to throw that money in the bin though. Bone Shatter's probably the most expensive to level as well, yeah. But some of my sales on Bone Shatter pieces are ludicrous. Of all of the items in the of all of the legendaries in the game, it is often the Bone Shatter pieces to where I will break the 100k per sale most frequently. I quite frequently am starting to see 105, 110, 115k rank 6 sales on Bone Shatter pieces. Mostly because I know that I am one of the only people that has that pattern available to craft. Because it's often the forgotten legendaries. Classic yo-yo graph of a fresh gold maker. Yeah, absolutely. And this just goes to show, like, every time you make some gold, reinvest it into something else. Craft some more stuff, sell it again. Craft some more stuff, sell it again. Craft some more stuff, sell it again. It's only when you stop reinvesting when your gold actually steadily rises. Have you considered using your gold to provide loans to the top guilds for the race to world first? I'm not really wealthy enough for that, even still. My gold is not on the right realms. I've got a reasonable amount of gold on Taran Mill. I will get there on Draenor, but most of my gold is on Sylvanas, where there aren't any serious raid guilds. So it's not. I suppose it's not that I don't have enough gold. It's that I don't have enough gold in the right places to make that a thing, really. I've spent so far 40 minutes making some sacred shards. 20 more minutes to do before. Yeah. Honolulu is a Hall of Fame guild, though. Yeah, true. But I mean, it's still, Sylvanas is still not, you know, they're not pushing world first. They're not looking to. They make enough gold themselves. They're fine. I could, in theory, do a restock on this, but I don't think I particularly want to. I was just trying to get my auctions back in check so that we could actually focus on the PTR for a little bit. But apparently, I need to update it. Public test realm. No, it still just says play. Maybe it did it in the background. Let's see if it loads. It's interesting. There's you know, a couple of somewhat public figures in the gold making community. I know Hickons has done this. Dirty Herbie's also done this, to where they work directly with one of the big guilds to craft the legendaries that they need. The legendary, the guild works out what legendaries each of their players needs, puts it in an Excel sheet, and then just sends it over to a crafter. Gets a price for how much it's going to cost to craft, and then, you know, there's a 20% markup or something. That's something that's more common to see than goblins just, you know, straight up lending guilds gold. There are a few wealthy goblins that do that for sure, because, you know, those big guilds need a lot of gold and they need it all at the right time. I think Dirty Herbie was crafting all of, was it Big Dumb Guilds? Legendaries in 9.1, I think. Do you know if there were raid BOEs in 9.2? Yeah, we do. There are. They only cover, I think, they only cover 4 slots, I think, and I think they all clash with tier set pieces. I think Blizzard have maybe taken on board some of the feedback from the top guilds to diminish their overall power of the BOEs. They exist, yes. I haven't looked into them in much detail, though. Have we got 100 viewers in here? No. Apparently we do. Welcome in, boys and girls. We've hit 3 figures a few times recently. Apparently I must be saying something interesting. Or at least doing something interesting. I can't think of a time where there wasn't BOEs from the raids. No, that's true. But they've often been... the annoyance for many of the big guilds out there was that the raid BOEs became mandatory items, and especially in an age... I mean, look at patch 8.3 with corruption, where not only did the raid BOEs drop, but there was RNG on top of, you know, it wasn't just a set default item that drops. There was also, you know, RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG, to the point where a raid BOE could either have been valued at 50,000 gold, or it could have been valued at 5 million gold, just based on how lucky it was with its loot rolls. Which is something that was highly frustrating to many big guilds out there. Now I think they seem to be a lot more sort of basic and template. You can trade in pieces for tier sets via the ciphers. You might want to buy the BOEs to transform them into set pieces. Yeah, the cipher, what's it called? The creation catalyst. It's not been implemented on the PTR yet, but we know it's a thing. We know that that's going to be a thing. It's going to be one of the uses for the Cosmic Flux. It's going to be one of the uses of Cosmic Flux to take a regular piece of gear and turn it into a set piece. We don't know obviously at what cost yet, but we know it's it's planned, and we'll probably see it on the PTR before too long. Before we play about on the PTR for a little bit, though, I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes. I know we've literally just hit, a milestone 100 viewers. It's probably not the best time to take a break, but I need a drink. So I'm going to go grab a drink real quickly, and then we'll play around on Zereth Mortis for a little bit. Try and explore some, get our reputation up, because unfortunately, even in a test zone, we feel obligated to grind rep just to be able to test things effectively. But hey, it's all playtime, it's all knowledge of the zone. So I'll be back in 2 minutes though. Occupy yourselves, maybe consider hitting that follow button if you haven't already, and we'll get going in a few minutes. Back in 2. Alrighty. Echo spent 478 million gold on BOEs, so somebody must have been lending them that. I think the way that I think the big guilds, when they spend that kind of money, are usually taking loans. They're usually jotting down who provides them a BOE, and they will pay them back. Sometimes monetarily, and by that I mean in gold, we would at least hope. There's a ledger that probably is out there somewhere, keeping track of who provided them what legendary and at what price they agreed to part ways with it. And often you'll find that these big guilds won't pay gold for an item, they'll pay with a boost once the raid is on farm. Why are you out of breath? Because I've just ran round the house, that's why. And I'm unfit. Magicus was managing most of the BOEs for Echo. Yeah, I think he does, yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It's somebody that has presence on many, many, many different realms already. They have characters already there. They equally probably already have gold there. And then obviously all of that. If Magicus, you know, funds everything to begin with, then it's much easier for a guild to just pay back one person a big lump sum than it is to pay 50 different people each individually. I know the boosting communities tend to lend guilds as well. Some of the higher ups in those make more gold than you can ever need. Oh yeah, easily. Yeah, there's quite comfortably people in these boosting guilds that, you know, they probably make 10 million gold a month just, you know, without actually really doing much of anything. Without a doubt in my mind. The money at the top of the tree in the boosting communities is gross. Oh look, we've got the first indication of cosmic flux. This has not been. This must have just been integrated recently then. A random daily quest, 75 cosmic flux. That's worth a screenshot. There was a PTR update last night. Yeah, there's been a few new things. We went through a few bits and pieces early on in the stream. For those early bird, for the notification squad, we went through a bunch of things this morning. I'm going to use PTR as a good opportunity to promote my Twitter a little bit, because why the hell wouldn't I? Zereth Mortis. How do we spell Zereth? Zereth. It's two E's, isn't it? Zereth Mortis. I always spell it with an I, and it's wrong. It's Zereth Mortis. Winky Shift S. What are you winking at me for? Cosmic Flux from Zereth Mortis. Daily. Hashtag Warcraft, because why not? So yeah, if you haven't already, go follow on Twitter. Twitter.com/Manthius. Easy game. For all the latest and greatest goal-making updates. I'll try and say that with a straight face. If the commands were working, yeah, it'd be easier. If the commands were working, it would be easier. In that scenario, maybe I'll give you a link. There you go. There you go. Go follow us on Twitter. Right, well, let's get that done then. Let's start getting this Cosmic Flux on the go. So what are we doing? Giro Prime mounted. What are our buttons? Massive energy ball that converts targets to their base components. Okay. Number 2. Draw on the power of nearby forges to unleash a rain of destruction, so an AoE damage. And number 3, toss out a grappling beam to rescue nearby things. Okay, so kill things. Kill things, do massive amounts of damage. I guess that's how we kill the big dudes. We press 3 to rescue these dudes. Oh, this is quite a cool quest. I like this. This is fun. We don't seem to be able to target those to get them very easily. So I guess we'll just use 1 and 2 on cooldown. And we'll spam 3 whenever we think it's worthwhile. Or, by the looks of things, we spam all the buttons all the time and things die. Fun in a game? Crazy, you know? Actually crazy. Who would have thought it? This AoE effect is way too overpowered, by the way. There's virtually no need to ever press the number 1 key. There's 100 things killed. We need to rescue. Oh, we need to kill these big dudes. Oh, we can only... I think we only kill the big dudes with the number 1 key. So, okay, we do have a use for the number 1 key. It's fine. I need to kill more of the big dudes. There aren't any more big dudes. Take me back to the big dudes, please. Is this elite considered one? No, that's a... Ah, this is a big dude. Get wrecked. 2 more. Here's 1. Please automatically go back. Please automatically go back. Yes! Beautiful. Well, that was 75 easy Cosmic Flux. Not only was it easy Cosmic Flux, it was actually quite fun. I like those little things where you just, you know, end up doing something overpowered and just zerg the entire zone. Boom! First Cosmic Flux, winning. Now, the question on my mind then is, are those going to be just a random reward for doing them? Or is there going to be some internal hidden... you know, you can acquire X amount and then they stop appearing on the quests kind of thing. Because that's often the way that it works. It's not necessarily true to say that every world quest is now just going to give you 75 flux. PTR looks more complicated with each with each build. Well, there's a lot more being added to it. This is why in the very early days of having access to Zereth Mortis, I just basically called it a shell. Because none of the systems were implemented. Sure, the zone was there. Sure, there was a few, you know, things to run around and pew pew. But most of the stuff wasn't really done yet. This is just what appears to be a basic-ass fill the bar quest. That is incredibly slow. Where's the rare then? What's my item level on this dude? Ah, okay, I'm currently running around with my speed set on. That's why. Can you guys hear that on the microphone? Hang on. Dog was woofing in its sleep. She stopped doing it now. Typical. So, chasing cats, yeah, probably. A wild wife appears. She was doing some sleep woofs a minute ago. She's being silly. Yeah, we suspect our dog's got the flu, which is a bit weird. Yeah, yesterday's archaeology digging, we suspect she might have the flu, doggy flu. She was doing some coughing and she seems to be, you know, low on energy. Reminds me of the clip of the dog running sideways in his sleep. Dogs do funny things in their sleep. She also sleeps with her eyes open, which is often quite scary. Looks very odd. Second doggo appears. They're off. Quite funny actually. The vet suggested to us that we put the sauna on and throw loads of water on the sauna to make it really steamy, and then let the dog sit in there for like a minute or two to sort of steam the dog to help in a similar way to you know how if a human has a cold and they go for a hot sauna, it, you know, clears their system out. The vet suggested doing the same thing for the dog. I'm not entirely sure if she's going to appreciate the hot sauna room, considering she's super duper mega fluffy. But if a vet suggested it's a good idea, we might do it. Vet told you to make a hot dog. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. You sure she was sleeping with her eyes open and not just ignoring you? She is incredibly strong-willed, that dog, so that would also not surprise me if she was just ignoring me. Classic Finnish doctor, just sit in the sauna. Yeah. Yeah. No, there's no ailment that cannot be fixed with sauna and makara. Actually, no ailment that can't be fixed. Makara is some basically hot dog sausage for most other countries. So you're one of those fools that trusts expert to dictate their life into a certain... Yeah, I'm absolutely one of those fools. You know, one of those trained professionals that spent between 7 to 10 years in medical school. Yeah, those idiots. Yeah, I'm one of those. I'm quite willing to let the people in the know things. Long time ago we had a doggo who was more excited to go into the sauna than us. Some dogs really like it. When we bought this house, we suspected that the previous owners had a dog that enjoyed the sauna, because the sauna had significantly more evidence of dog hairs in it than you would usually expect. So we think that they often let their dog in the sauna as well. So I don't think it's too uncommon. Our dog, even though she's a Finnish Lapland dog, she's super fluffy. She still sunbathes in the summer. She'll lie out in the sun and just, deliberately get very hot. Maybe just the owner was hairy. Well, maybe. Let's not go there. We're starting to get these Genesis motes now as well, by the way. Now that we unlocked the protoform synthesis thing yesterday, we've started to gather these things, the Genesis motes. We don't get very many of them, and we don't get them very often. But just, through passively killing things, I'm starting to get a bunch of these. Which in turn, when we add them to these things, the lattices, which you seem to be able to almost pinpoint which one you get dependent on what you kill. This one is a geometal lattice, which I got, surprise, surprise, by killing the geomentals. So it seems that you'll be able to focus those. You need one of these lattices to make each pet. Once you've got that, and then you need like 300 of the Genesis motes. The motes are tradable between accounts. The lattices, though, I don't think these are tradable, but I've not tested. I've not tried yet. We've run out of tunes. Where's all the music gone? Who stole my tunes? Can you buy a house without a sauna? I mean, you can. You can also live on the streets. No, it's quite common for apartments to not have saunas. Although our old apartment before we bought the house, even that still had a sauna in it. I mean, in Finland, it's kind of like saying, "What? This house doesn't have a kitchen." it's the same thought process for Finnish people. They don't quite comprehend if there's not a sauna. Being British, it was a bit of a culture shock when we first moved here. Obviously, I'd done the whole sauna business way before, but in the UK, usually you're a lot more naked is not really a thing in the UK. Not so much anyway. Not for everybody. Bit of a culture shock when you move here. Yes, let's all go and get naked and sit in a hot, sweaty room together. In reality, it feels a bit odd, but actually, I've grown to love it. You can clip this and you can ship this. There is nothing better than drinking beer next to another naked, sweaty man. Yep. Clip it and ship it. You heard it here first. There's a rare... Oh, how do we get this dude? Feasting. That's a big bug. He's also going to be one that drops a mount, surely. How did we not complete this? Malfunctioned constructor slain. Oh! We still need to kill something. Visited the UK, the first time I've ever seen carpet in a bathroom. Yeah, that's literally the most dumb level idea. Carpet in a bathroom is so stupid. But yes, unfortunately, it's a thing in the UK. It equally means that most bathrooms in the UK end up with, like, just disgusting amounts of, like, rotted floorboards and carpets and stuff. If you ever try and buy a house in the UK, the one thing to do is lift the carpet in the bathroom. If there's water damage, go find a new house. How the hell do people go to the sauna in the UK? They don't, that's the thing. You might go to the sauna in the gym in the UK, but even there, people sit there in, like, swimming shorts, and they don't throw any water because it gets too hot. Oh dear. Where's this big dude I need to kill? Is it this fella? Defective Colossus? No. We need to kill a malfunctioned constructor. And can I find him? Don't throw water on the heating element. Yeah, exactly. Don't do that. You'll start a fire. We're in a fucking sauna. It did make me giggle after I'd kind of acclimatized to the Finnish ways of things. When my family from the UK came over to visit and I introduced them to sauna life, it was very funny. They all sat there thinking they were actually dying. No, more water. It's too hot. It's too hot. Dude, it's like 60 degrees. I haven't turned it on yet. It was kind of funny. Right, I don't know where this big dude is I'm meant to kill. That's a defective Colossus. I reckon it might be in here. Is there a... I can't see any other reason why we wouldn't be in here for some reason. This is a forge. Odds on this being the... where the creation catalyst is. These forges in different places. There's one down here where the... one down here is where you do the protoform synthesis thing. These forges are dotted about. I reckon this is going to be where you come to sequence generator. This seems very sus. I think this is going to be where we do... This is going to be the creation catalyst thing. This might end up being where you bring a piece of gear and you convert it into a tier set piece. I feel. Sequence generator. There doesn't seem to be anything I can interact with it, but it glows green when I hover on it, which means it's going to do something. This whole place feels like something happens here. Oh, actually, thinking about it, something does happen here. It's part of the campaign. So we won't talk about it in much detail because I don't want to spoil it for people. But something does happen in here, I remember now. Once you've done it once, though, there doesn't seem to be a lot. Ooh, teleporter. Leave the nexus of actualization. Huh, okay, it just ports you straight outside again. Okay. Yeah, this place has got some relevance, I think. Clip is almost ready. I still don't know how to complete this goddamn world quest, though. Malfunctioning constructor. I cannot find said malfunctioning constructor. You'd think it'd be one of the big dudes, but it's not a big dude. Mantheus and naked sweaty men. Thanks for that. I'll throw that on the clip channel. Not that I have a clip channel. I should make a clip channel. I need to up my YouTube game a lot. Right, this is going to annoy me because I don't know where the... no, that's the last world quest. I want myself some 239 freebie boots. Where's this thing I'm meant to be killing? We had to kill a bunch of these things. It seems like there should be a Colossus dude walking around somewhere, but... Oh well. Destabilized core? Well, that's a rare nonetheless. Let's kill a rare. Oh, hang on. Let's put some proper gear on. Downside of playing a BM Hunter is, unfortunately for me, the tier set bonuses are super duper mega boring. I don't know what people genuinely think about the tier set bonuses for their classes. I've not looked into them in great detail. Because I primarily play a BM Hunter, I've looked at mine. And considering it's... Oh, you can't even see it at the moment because I've got the wrong gear on. But I know the tier set bonuses primarily offer passive things. There's never going to be any active abilities from a tier set bonus. But you would always kind of hope that they do enough to change up the playstyle a little bit more so than just you know, passively doing more damage. Demon Hunters was 100% remade and now it's nice. Have they really? Have they just scrapped it and started again? I mean, I guess you need to do some testing sometimes to work that sort of stuff out. And sometimes going back to the drawing board is the better option. Look at conduits. Yeah, conduits are a great example of a system that they should have just scrapped or redone or gone back to the drawing board with. But no. They tried to fight it. They tried to fight the power with conduits. to get them balanced and to get them, you know, in a suitable way. And look how much development time and effort and frustration throughout the entire player base was caused, when in reality they should have just scrapped the idea and started again. They should have worked out that they could never balance them effectively without completely tanking them into the ground. They should have come up with another way. Wowhead title that Mage set was changed. Got really happy. Open the article. Frost changes. People not playing Frost at the moment then. I guess we're getting to the last patch of the game. Surely it's going to be Arcane season again, surely, right? For mages, Arcane season is always the last patch when you're overgeared and you can just Arcane blast for days. Frost tends to be... Oh! We got 75 Cosmic Flux for killing the rare as well. 75 Flux for killing the rare as well. Just fire always. Yeah, fire's another one that's kind of like it tends to be that Frost is what people, at least from my limited experience of mages, it usually comes across to be that you tend to go Frost early days because it's relatively consistent damage. It's reasonably good for leveling. And it often does bits. You've got, your what's it called, Icy Lance, that is the instant cast thing that's just kind of handy to have. Very quickly though, when you start to get gear, fire starts to creep ahead, especially once you get some good crit on the go. And it's usually been, at least to my knowledge in past expansions, that you end up ultimately you end up in Arcane because you're just stacking Arcane blasts to the hills. But I've not played Arcane for a little while, so it's probably different now. Torghast is giving 75 too. I'm at a loss to what to do for this. I need to kill a malfunctioned constructor, but I have no idea where the flipping hell he is. Maybe if I go down this way, maybe he's down. If I go all the way down and he's in a cave or something. I don't even see any icon on the map to indicate where it could be. Yeah, I don't really know. Hour and 20 minutes doing the Eternal Crystal Shatter. Hey, if it pays off for you, then it's worth, right? A calming wind fills the air as the disturbance in the dunes subside. That sort of stuff is usually said when a rare spawns. Am I going to hope that this quest is already on Wowhead and somebody else has had the same problems? What is it called? Clean up Automa Isle. Let's go here. Clean up. Clean up on Isle Mechagon. No, clean up Automa. Clean up Automa Isle. Malfunctioned constructor. People have already got videos on how to do the world quests. That's smart, you know. That's smart. It's a bit spammy, but that's smart. Oh, there's a... Okay. Malfunction constructor is at the top. It's located on the top. Way, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Be sure not to leave the plane of actualization zone. It'll reset your progress when you come back and the world quest triggers again. The highlighted map area is not exactly matching, I'd say, and it disappears when you fill the bar. Even the spot for the malfunction constructor up on the hill. Okay, people are saying up on the hill. Do we up here? Oh, defective Colossus. No, that's still not it. Malfunction constructor. Here he is. Okay, yeah, that's really not obvious. Whoa, no, stop healing. I don't have any of that healing business. Ooh, pet's getting slapped. Beautiful.
Beautiful engine of creation will
225 rep as well from doing that. So regular ass world quest. Bit of gear out of it. Some igmatic foot guards. Oh, these look funky. These have got a thing on them. Look. Activate the dimensional translators to cross a great distance in outdoor Shadowland zones. This ability grows more powerful as you research the ciphers of the first ones. 1 minute 30-second cooldown. Greatly reduces fall damage taken in outdoor Shadowland zones. Oh, that's funky. Hello, wives. Hello, dogs. You chilling? She's happy. Activate the dimensional translators to cross a great distance in outdoor Shadowland zones. What the hell does that mean? There's a thing here though. How do we get up here? Oops, I didn't mean to pull you. Oh, ninja skills. Ninja skills. There'll be like new more portals? Yeah, probably. 12 cosmic flux from a treasure chest. Oh, we're getting this cosmic flux from everywhere. Maybe 2,500 cosmic flux won't actually be an issue. Let's put on the raid set real quick. Our 252 boots are going to go. I'm going to put these things on. Activate the dimensional translators to cross great distances in outdoor Shadowlands zones areas. In before just a goblin rocket jump? Maybe. Yeah, it's a jump. It's a tiddly little jump. That wasn't exactly what I'd consider great distances. But for getting those stupid treasures, for getting to areas you can't easily get to with a normal hoppity skip, that becomes super valuable. I wouldn't necessarily go as far as to call it great distances, but I shit you not, it is useful all the same. Let's let them come off cooldown and then test them again. See just how great a distance we can push these two. Let's well, we pretty much don't have a lot. What's this thing? Let's go kill that thing, whatever that is. I need to keep an eye on my cipher research as well. Oh, this is the minefield. I forgot about the minefield. Yeah, don't run into the mines. Easier said than done. Whoa, 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 I never touched it! Rigged. Actually rigged. Where's the treasure then? See, now, either we... Stupid bird. Now we can do a hoppity... Whoa, 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 whoa! Firing me across the world. Now we can go... Can we do a hoppity... Oh! Yeah, we can. Yeah, it doesn't let us go very far, look. I wouldn't necessarily call it great distance, but it's distance great enough to be able to get to these awkward places, I think. Boing. 12 cosmic flux again. So it seems like we're going to be able to potentially farm up this flux. It might not be too bottlenecked. Swirling fragments of creation energy that enable transformation. Cosmic flux can be used to empower equipment at the creation cast list in Zereth Mortis, or fuel the rune carver's chamber in Torghast. So actually, it might not be too tragic that 265 takes 2,500 of them. Because if you get loads of it just by playing the game anyway. This is kind of the thing, right? It's all good and well knowing about these new currencies, but the real key to it is, well, just how much of it do we have? How much of it do we need to spend? And, you know, what are the limitations on it? There is a discarded automa scrap. Can anybody say bone piles? Yes. Anybody can say bone piles. I should probably bring this here so you guys can see it, actually, shouldn't I? You can then see what we're looting. Ciphers, 12 flux for each treasure by the looks of things. A bit of anima here and there. Oh, that big skull's disappeared. Maybe I was too slow. Let's run around and grab some treasures then. A cache. We can do the cache. Now these were broken yesterday. Do we think these are going to work today? Hey, this one works. Right, pattern time. Small dot, small dot, small dot, different shape, different shape, different shape. Then we're gonna have... Oh, no, that's probably not gonna be it, because there's no more patterns to be had here. Or there's no more obvious patterns to be had. Reset. Oh no, I meant to do reset, not exit. Donkey. That's going to cost me 2 more energy. There's only 2 of these shapes. 3 of these shapes. No, that's not a thing. Really? Diamond, or not diamond. What's it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that hexagon? Oh, I hate these things. They're like IQ brain twisters. Oh, well, they're a trio. Circle, circle, and lots of circles, lots of circles, lots of circles, all the same shapes. How are they not a combo? Oh, because they've both only got 1 symbol in them. That's got to be a trio, right? No? Fuck off. 1 outer line, 2 outer lines, and then 3 outer lines, maybe? 3 outer lines? No. At this point, just press buttons until you win. What? This isn't possible. Hang on. 1, 2, and 3 inside of 3 different shapes. 3 different shapes. That's a play. 1 inside a circle. 2 inside a square. Then there's not a 3 inside a thing. So 2 inside a thing. Do we have 3 inside a square? No, we don't. This isn't possible. Why am I... Reset. Reset. I don't think this... I think doing this first one, although it's technically correct is a bait, because I don't think it is. Three gems. 3 gems, 3 different things. There we go. Let's gets rid of those. Three downward triangles. No. 1 outline. 1 outline. 2 outline. 3 outline. No. Fuck this game. How can it not be any of those? Now I feel really dumb. Oh, shit. What was that? So what is the pattern with this then? 3... How is this? See, now that's not a pattern. Order matters. A 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's... What? How can I only have 3 and it still not work? 1, 2, 3. 1, 3, 2. 2, 1, 3. 2, 3, 1. 3, 1, 2. 3, 2, 1. That's all possible combinations. Stupid game. What the fuck is this? This is meant to be one of the easy ones. Right. Right. Brain time now. Big brain time. We need 3 different patterns. How many different squares have we got? We've only got 2 different types of squares, which means the square can't be the major thing in the pattern. The major thing has got to be what's in them, because there's only 2 possible squares. So there's 3 in this and 2 in this. Is there 1 in something that's not a square? Like that. Then you have 1, 2, only 2 pentagon ones. Or was it hexagon? I can never remember. 2 hexagons, 4 circles. So it doesn't have to do with the shape, it's got to do with what's in the shape. So we need to find patterns with what's in the shapes. There's not 3 of the same thing, so it's got to be the quantity of the things. A 1, a 2, and a 3, and then a 3 and a 3 and a 3. A 3 and a 3 and a 3, and a 1, a 2, and a 3. No? Fuck off, game. What is this? Oh, okay. Restart the game then. Whoa, they did that change? Oh, you reset the game and it changes. That means some of them probably aren't even possible. Ah, an add-on for this will be made first thing. Right. Triple dots. Triple dots. Surely it can't be. 1 outline, 2 outline. 3 out. No. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. No, this is fucking stupid. There are definitely some that are not possible at all. Or at least you can use a path so that they are not anymore. 3, 3, and 3. Wow, is this just this? Apparently not. Hey! No idea how that works. No idea how that works. Fuck doing that every day for 2 ciphers. 2 ciphers. I want a legendary for doing that. Outrageous behaviour. 2 ciphers. Welcome to a rewarding game, mini game. Holy. Let me in. It's locked. What about this thing on the wall? Primitive snare. Engulfs an enemy power, stunning them in... Okay, sure. Ooh, sneaky chest. I see a weak aura in the making right there. Absolutely. Requires sand-worn chest key. Now, we have fragments of those. I'm quite certain of it. Fragments. Sandsworn chest key fragments. Combine 5 of them. We only have 2. Okay, we'll put that somewhere where it's easy to spot for next time. And we can come back to that then. Why do I have like 7 clips and 3 of them are you talking about naked men? Hey. I don't, anyone would think I control the conversation here. Is this a rare? Egas the Plunderer. He's going to have a key, isn't he? He's got to have a key. If he doesn't have a key, what kind of plunderer doesn't hold a key in their inventory? Let's use this thing on him as well. Guess it till you make it. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, fake it till you make it. Doesn't have a key. Well, he was useless, wasn't he? Okay, I don't know how we get in here.
It's locked.
Fake plunderer. Yeah, he's useless. Well, I guess if you are, by the time that we have, you know, a solid version of handy notes available.
Shackles and chains. The scryers will be sought.
Okay, thanks for that. I imagine that once we have a solid handy notes add-on, running around, killing all of the rares, getting all the treasures every day for maximizing your cosmic flux might not be too difficult. My thought, though, is very heavily on the fact that I worry that this cosmic flux, whilst it seems to drop from many sources, I have a sneaky feeling that we'll probably find that you get X amount of it, and then you hit incredibly high levels of diminishing returns to limit just how much of it you get. This is often a system that Blizzard use to make it look like you can, you know, freely farm it, but then ultimately you find out that, well, no, you can't. Look at the relics, for example, in Korthia. At first glance, it looks like, oh, you just run around and you get unlimited relics eventually. But no, you get a certain amount of relics the first time you do a certain amount of things. But much after that, you're kind of, you know, soft capped. It's not a hard cap. It's not an exact number limitation, but there's a soft ceiling to how many of them you can obtain. And I imagine with a bit more testing, we'll find out that that's the case for this Cosmic Flux as well. But for now, at least, we're just in explore mode. Rares and treasures wherever we can find them. Plus, I need to find some more of these, what do you call them, ciphers. We got 33 ciphers. I have the last tier of... the last column researching as we speak. Oh, this needs a dominance key. That's a different type of key. That's a different type of key again. Who's going to hold a dominance key? Some elusive progenium deposit. See, this is another one of those scenarios that you might not be able to easily get to this one. But with the assistance of our handy dandy boots, we can get there. Those handy dandy boots are going to be more handy dandy than they first look, based on how this zone is created. I want to see actually if now that I'm able to what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, now I've unlocked the photoform synthesis. I'm desperately trying to get the words in the right order today. Now that we've unlocked that, I wonder if this schematic for the bronze wing Vespoid we can turn in, which we found a long time ago, and unfortunately I can't remember how I found it. But we found it a long time ago. Oh, there's a chest there, look. I've not been able to find where we hand this in, though. I do know that the cipher system, you have to unlock the ability to craft the mounts. You do the quest to be able to craft the pets. It's just a quest line for that, but you have to unlock the ability to make the mounts. Which may be why I can't turn this in yet. There's a possibility that I might not. I probably shouldn't have been able to get this schematic already. Just because it's, you know, PTR season and things are not always in the right order. More flux. Seems to be about 12 flux per box. And 2 ciphers of the first ones. Now, considering you seem to get, like, 4 or 5 times the amount of flux that you do ciphers. Based on the fact that I can't remember, somebody did some maths a while ago on how many how many ciphers that you need to fully unlock everything on the tree, and it was like 4,500, I think. I'm going by memory here. 4,500 ciphers to fully unlock everything. In the time it takes you to grind out 4,500 ciphers, you should quite comfortably have got at least double the amount of cosmic flux for your time in that sense. Meaning that crafting your 2 rank 7s shouldn't be too difficult at all. You should also then have enough to maybe waste it on a catch-up Lego. You might also then have plenty of flux to additionally make some tier set pieces. I think that's probably the balance. But, I mean, I say you'll have enough easily. That's still, you know, doing everything that you possibly can to max out your ciphers as quick as possible. That's no mean feat in the first place. There still seems to be nothing in here, or no way for me to get where I need to go to hand in this pattern thing. So I think we do still need to unlock something. And I'm guessing the thing we need to unlock is this thing or this thing. Or we need to be able to get somewhere else, which we currently can't. That moment when you sell a Lego for 140k, gotta love those non-meta slots. Yep. Proof is in the sales data. Sure. There's more people out there looking to buy the meta slot gear, but there's equally more people trying to sell it. But there is also, on the flip side of that, there's also plenty of people still looking to buy non-meta slot pieces, and at the very same time, far less people trying to sell it, which is a dream come true for some people. What's trying to pew me here? Yeah, I make considerably more gold off non-meta pieces than I do the meta pieces. More flux. More ciphers, more anima. Pretty simple stuff regarding treasures here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Nearly killed me. Can we just... Okay. Heroic leap to the rescue. I mean, all of this is completely trivial once we unlock flying, but we got to get there first. I made the weekend selling those on my new realm at 100k and 140. It's like selling 20 meta slot Legos. Yeah, probably. Because you often will, like I said, the meta slots, sure, the logic is there. The logic is correct that there is more people out there wanting to buy them. But what most people forget to take into consideration is there's also 10 times more people trying to sell them. Meaning that in many cases, the profit margins are considerably slimmer, and that's even if you make a sale. The non-meta pieces can quite often be far more lucrative overall. Oh no, that's not good. Let's not hit all the bombs. Is this treasure respawned? Where did it go? There was a treasure on my map a minute ago. Now it's not there. Annoying. And these bombs are even more annoying. Because you don't even seem to need to actually hit them for them to go off. At least with a landmine, you got to step on the damn thing. No, stop punting me about. You know full well that that's going to punt people off the edge here. For sure. You're going to get fired straight off into the nether. I don't even know what the meta slots are. I just sell everything, every legendary at every rank. Yeah. Yeah. Once you get deep enough into it, that is actually the way to do it. It's the end game of the end game. Legendaries are the end game in the first place, but the real end game of the end game is to just craft and sell all of them. Wasn't by my opinion, wasn't necessarily the way that Blizzard intended people to approach the legendary market. But when the only barrier to entry is gold, if you have the gold and you're willing to spend the gold, it no longer is much of a barrier to entry. It's literally just a matter of time. I wonder if where's that dude that sold the catch-up gear? He was around here somewhere. One of these fellas. This one, here we go. Relic Seeker. Has he had any changes made? Still seems to be between 160 and 300 of these sand-worn relics. Now, interestingly, these sand-worn relics, I got a bunch of these yesterday, but now I don't think I've had any of these today. I don't think I've had any sand-worn relics. I've been getting Cosmic Flux instead. Maybe it's just rares in the sand biome that drops them. But this becomes like the third stage of your world zone gearing, right? You start off with 226. You can buy it with anima. Is the real basic entry level. Welcome to Zereth Mortis. Here's some easy to equip 226s. Then you're going to step up to the Crafter's Mark 4 gear, which is item level 233 in many cases for many people. You got to remember there's about a 2 week, probably a 2 week wait before people will be able to craft that gear. So, and then you will find naturally through running about the zone. What item level were those boots that we found? 239. So we found 239 boots just from a quest out here. Then eventually you'll upgrade further to 246 from this. And there is also, yet I've not been able to find any so far, there is what is referred to as Cypher gear, which is then the upgradable zone-based gear. Which, like I said, as of right now, I've not come across any. But I don't know what item level that A starts at or B ends up at. But I believe it's got 6 ranks again.
Patience, patience.
So the progressive. Oh, that's interesting. The material vendors over here are also reputation-based vendors for your flux and thread. Not sure why you'd be doing the majority of your crafting out here anyway, but that's always handy to know. It's another rep vendor. Get your 7 gold 20 when exalted materials. Does he sell arboreal shards?
Right on line.
Doesn't sell arboreal shards. Well, then I don't care. We're still going to live in Ardenweld, it is then. Enhancement Console has been unlocked now, which we can create the... Yeah, see, can also be socketed into Cypher gear. We've unlocked the ability to get the enhancements. You can spec up the amount of enhancements that you can have at any one time. I actually quite like the supposed gearing path and progression path through the zone is now really starting to come together. I was very concerned when we first got the zone that it felt incredibly empty and it felt like there was basically no reason to ever be here, other than, you know, to bang out daily quests. But it is starting to come together a little bit more so now. Let's, oh, Patterns with Patterns is complete. Let's go turn in Patterns with Patterns and see what we get from that. The most thing I'm intrigued about is actually the A, the amount of cosmic flux you get from it, and B, the amount of reputation you gain. And C, if you get any Pog essences. I want to see what's in this Patterns with Patterns loot box. Now, I know we are only going to get one shot at it, but it will give us an idea of roughly what's available. Oh, I'm starting to get hungry. I craft stuff in Korthia, then I do my dailies. The vendor might be handy. That's true. If there are only 1,000 of us in the world doing this, it's not really Blizzard's concern. Well, that's also true. There's really not that many people that have unlocked rank 4s. So this, oh, okay, Patterns with Patterns has now changed again. You get a tribute box, a big old box, and you get 150 cosmic flux. Somebody told me what the hotkey was to snip, and I can't remember what it was, so I'll still load it like a normal person. He says. There we go. Let's tweet that one out. What was it called? Patterns with Patterns. Patterns within Patterns. Shaping Fate 9.2. More cosmic flux. Got to give it the hashtag Warcraft, otherwise you're not doing Twitter properly. And more importantly, let's remember to actually paste the image, because that would be silly. That would be silly. Out it goes. Out it goes. Right, what I'm really interested in though is this box, Tribute of the Enlightened Elders. This thing, let's sort our inventory out a little bit, because it's an actual shit show right now. Let's equally then, what's going on here?
So you are still
Let's vendor off some rubbish.
intact.
Vendor off some rubbish. Okay, LVI's having a heart attack.
Now to meditate.
Let's do a quick reload. Things are not working properly. Oh dear, things are really not working properly. Okay, where did the box go? Some epic box. We need to open this thing. Oh god, it's really not working. LVI is causing problems. Maybe I'll disable LVI just for a minute. Just while we open this thing, so that it doesn't break. Right, there we go. LVI has taken the box hostage. You see, that's what we're trying to prevent, you know. Item is locked.
You may have the privilege of my assistance.
Okay. My entire UI seems to be a little bit funked. Funky dunked. Alright, let's just open the box and see what happens. So, the Tribute of the Enlightened Elders. Oh, I legit can't even click on it. This is going to need to be a relog situation. Hang on. If we do it over on the rug here, it's an instant log out. Because that makes total sense. Right, let's try again. Let's try again. Let's get rid of these greys.
Shall we? Seek the gift of perception.
Right, where's me box then? Tribute of Enlightened Elders. Okay, we got ourselves an Anima Matrix, which is 250 Anima. 2 vendor trash, Cipher Etched Torque, a neck piece, 239, Bind when equipped, BOE. BOE epic. From the box. That's money right there. That's money right there. We also got 56 ciphers of the first ones. Streamer luck. No flux. That's also good to know. Damn. Damn. What's it called? Tribute of the enlightened box. From the patterns within weekly quest. BOE epics. Rip all the current BOE sellers. I mean, that's a big rip, especially if you get it from a weekly box. Sure, you can only get one of them, but that's money right there. Actual money. Once the auction house is flooded with those, then GG. Oh, it's first week money. It's mad level first week money. 239 BOE right now. What's the going rate on a item of that nature right now? It's big money, right? I meant GG for the Crafters Marks 4. But I mean, Jewel Crafters make the next, which means they're banging them out for free anyway. 239 is not so good. It's not so good if you're running around in heroic gear right now, but for anybody stepping foot into Zereth Mortis, 239 is big. 239 is big. Wonder if it can proc a socket on it. Hey, that would be cool. That would be cool. I'm going to be honest with you, boys and girls. It really doesn't matter what the item level is. The fact that you can sell it, the fact that you can sell it is the point, right? You did the weekly quest. You got looted an item that can be sold. No chances there that won't be a win. No chances that won't be a win. Any info about Season 3 socket items yet, like the 5k relic ones? There's this over here. Villo, who has... No. No, then. Ignore everything I just said. But that was somewhat unexpected. I certainly wasn't expecting to get BOEs out of that. But yeah, 56 ciphers for the weekly quest. We did also get 1,000 gold, I should point out. What I should additionally point out is I don't think we gained any rep from doing it though. Because reputation would show in here if we gained reputation as well. I don't think we got any rep from the weekly. I'm at 651 into friendly. I don't think I got any reputation for handing that in. That could be why. That could be why some of these things have had... That could be why this thing is no longer revered, but is now honoured. If they've slowed down the rep grind. And they wanted to slow down the speed in which people get this. If they've taken the reputation away from the weekly quest, you are entirely relying on world quests and daily quests to get your rep then. Because you can't get that big chunk of it in one go from doing a weekly. Which people were half expecting to be a thing. That doesn't seem to be it. 1,000 gold, a bit of anima, some ciphers, but no reputation from the weekly quest. Ooh. Ooh. That's going to annoy some people. There's a contract, but it requires somebody to have got to revered before they can even craft the contract. the race is to get to Revered in the first place. The contract, yeah, requires the Enlightened Revered. It's going to require Scribe. You can use it at friendly. Yes, but nobody can get the recipe until you're Revered. So that's that's a revelation. Sure. Okie dokie then. Let me go and take a little bit of a looky, just real quick, like, over at the cipher system, just to see if there's been any changes with that. They really made sure it's going to be slow. Wow, they want to make it a grind. Boosting daily login numbers for some metrics. Well, that's it. It means that you can't get away with just slowly chipping away at it by logging in once or twice a week and doing the main weekly quest. I'm going to be honest, that puts a massive downer on even like focusing on doing the weekly quest in any way, shape or form. There's no, because let's look at why you would do Shaping Fate, right? You would do Shaping Fate for one of a couple of reasons. Shaping Fate was good for the fact that it gave you Corthite crystals, which were valuable and you'd sell them on the auction house. I guess the replacement for that could be the fact that there's a chance of a BOE epic. But I mean, if BOE epics get flooded, then they'd go down in value. Secondly, you would do Shaping Fate because it would give you a cheeky, what was it, like 1200 Death's Advanced reputation. So for those that were just trying to, like, you know, slowly chip away without having to do dailies every day, it was, you know, a casual player's way of slowly but surely getting the reputation over time. With no big chunk of reputation coming from the weekly quest, you are literally daily quests and world quests grinding all the way to Revered and ultimately Exalted. That's going to be painful. That's going to be really painful. Exploiters already trying to reset world quests dailies by phasing or party sync, I bet. Oh well, yeah. People pull every trick in the book. Maybe the weekly quest has a chance to reward other items such as a huge rep token. Maybe. It's also should be noted that, you know, that box kind of felt relatively empty. Does Wowhead have a loot list for that item, for that box yet? Oh shit, what was it called? Hang on, I've just tweeted it out. It was, what was it? It was called Tribute of the Enlightened something or other. Tribute of the, was it Enlightened? Tribute of the Enlightened Elders. There's no loot listings for them so far. Standard loot was yeah, see? Removed and build this. So you don't get the reputation anymore with the past factions. Moved from the quest reward to the tribute in this build as well. 62 to 69 ciphers. Without bonus, ciphers removed from the quest and added to the tribute box. Between 800 and 1,000 gold. Poor items, overall worth 31 to 61 gold. Chance for Pog Essence. They seem to claim that there's a chance for a Pog Essence from it. And then one of these specific for my character. See, some of these are bind on pickup. Igmatic Chain is bind on pickup. Igmatic Binds, bind on pickup. Cipher Equipment level 3, Cipher Equipment level 3. 7 hours and a daily reset after Cipher Equipment level 4. I'm not sure what all of this is referring to. But this Cipher Etched Lavalier is also bind on equip. Bind on equip 242. Egmatic Chain. Bind on pickup. Bind on pickup. Boots. Egmatic Foot Guards. This ability grows more powerful. Oh, that's the one we got. We got that from a world quest. We got it at 239 though. This is highlighting a 252 version. Cipher Etched Torque. That's what we just got. So it appears that it's only the neck. There's two necks. Cipher Etched Lavalier and Cipher Etched Torque that can appear to drop from these boxes. Last updated an hour ago. So somebody's on the PTR now testing this again, updating this info. These are probably the bits of gear that they've acquired by doing they've probably been tracking what they've been getting out of them. It's interesting. There's no official loot tables for these items yet though. There's a quest here. What's this? Core control. Examine the curious creatures outside of Exile's Hollow for 12 gold. Well, you've really sold it to me. Well done. So yeah, we are now waiting on this one to unlock. We have 95 ciphers. The order of these is changed again. As of this patch, the order of these have changed. So this is the stuff I've unlocked so far. Pocopoc can be asked to seek out and mark nearby Echo Giro on your minimap. Virtual customization of Pocopoc at the core configuration console in Exile's Hollow. And then you can interact with caches of creation puzzles. Pocopoc can be asked to seek out and mark nearby caches on your minimap. Decrypting the caches of creation awards ciphers of the first ones. I've also unlocked enhancement consoles now create crystallized enhancements. These may be consumed to gain an effect. Can be added to any item with a crystal socket. If placed in a crystal socket, the enhancement will function in all Shadowlands outdoor areas. We've also unlocked gain the ability to communicate, interact and quest with Giro in the Terrace of Formation, Pilgrim's Grace and Untamed Verigure. Expected research time of 6 days, 18 hours with an expected cost of 175. It was given to us free though on the PTR for the purpose of testing. So you are really going to have to go ham with these ciphers to get flying at any great rate, because you've firstly got to bang out all of these four, which are on like 6-day cooldowns, 7-day cooldowns to begin with, and these bottom tier ones are likely to be a 6-day research time as well. We only have 95 ciphers. Can I spend it on I should be spending it on something somewhere. Now, this is one thing that interests me. Is this thing. Your cipher equipment level, look. Your cipher equipment level naturally goes up passively just based on how many ciphers you've spent. Spend 395 more ciphers to increase the effectiveness of your cipher equipment. So eventually your cipher gear just gets better. It won't be like you're farming a currency to then spend it. Where's the flying one? The flying's actually an achievement. Flying is linked to an achievement. If you look in Exploration, Shadowlands, flying is an achievement that's somewhere around here. Ciphers of the first ones. Complete each of the ciphers listed below. Rewards you with Zereth Mortis flying. You need to get all of the ciphers for each of the 4 columns. It specifically says all. Now, something that interests me is that yesterday I was watching Mr. GM on his stream, and he said that you only need the first rank of each one to get flying. Now, that doesn't seem to be the case, because I have the first rank of this, and I have all these other 3 ranks. That would in turn mean that I would technically qualify for this column. But my achievement says otherwise. My achievement doesn't say that I've got all for that. I think there's still some ambiguity about just how much of this system you need to do to unlock flying. He seems to think you only need one of each of these. And once you've got one of each of these, you'll get the achievement to get flying. Because he's flying around in Zereth Mortis right now on his characters. I, though, feel that that's not the case anymore. He might have been lucky enough to have unlocked flying on his PTR characters before this change has been made. You need one of each, the last ones, so you have to have these bottom ones. Is that what we think? I don't know. It's really not. I mean, I would I would like to go by, you know, the achievement literally says all. And when it says all, I would expect all to also mean all ranks of all, right? You know, all rank. So every single one. So there's 4 ranks. You need to be 4 out of 4. Which may very quickly, it will slow down the rate in which you're able to get flying, because it's going to mean that you're going to need far more ciphers to fill out this tree. Only when this tree is 100% full are you going to unlock flying. That's going to be painful. I shit you not, that's going to be painful. That's going to be useless at that point, though. It'll be, yeah, by the time you've done it all on the first character, you won't necessarily need flying on that character anymore. But it will definitely help speed up your alt's progress, for sure. And that's kind of the point of it, right? But I've got 95 ciphers. I need to decide what I'm going to spend it on. What I actually need to do, annoyingly such, is maybe... is maybe work towards getting this one. This is on a 6-day cooldown. I'm not really sure how much of this I want to actually bother with doing, to be honest, on the PTR. It really annoys me that there's not just a vendor that says, here's a bunch of ciphers, off you go. And even then, there should be another button that says, skip forward 7 days in time. So what are the different options that we can level into now? Next rank of this allows Pocopoc to interact with the Echo Giro, granting you increased movement speed, increased resources when gathering. Whoa! Okay, hang on. Increased resources whilst gathering? Well, we know the route that Druids are going to take then. You're going to go 4 of 4 in this as fast as possible. I don't gather, so I don't care though. You can have a maximum of 3 enhancements active at the same time. Ranks 0 of 3. I would imagine that will go up to like maybe 5 of each enhancements active at a time. Enhancement Console interactions cost 5 energy rather than 6. That's big because Pocopoc only has 10 energy. That first rank there will mean that you can speak to the Enhancement Console twice within a single bar of energy. Oh yeah, by the way, in case you didn't know, Pocopoc, your little companion, also has an energy bar. just in case you thought that getting rid of the conduit gems was a win, they just took that system and added it somewhere else. So yeah, now if you want to play with the Pocopoc and you want to progress in Zereth Mortis, there is yet another element of time gating. The fact that Pocopoc can only interact things when he has the energy to do such. And you're going to have to spec into things like this, such as to... Where is it? There's one that's increases the rate in which he... where is it? Yeah, there you go. Increases the rate at which Pokopoc's energy acquisition by 16%. So, yeah. say hello to an awful lot of time gating, whether you want it or not. Blizz wants us to be happy after they remove the restrictions in a later patch. Yeah, exactly. By the time it's null and void, then they'll remove it and take a pat on the back for doing it. 9.2.5, calling it now. Yeah. I don't really want any of these, but I need to at least... I mean, that one is probably not the worst one to take, to be honest. Sure, go. So in 18 hours, that will complete. In 5 days, that will complete. In the next 5 days... Well, we need to get this one, and this one very quickly. So that's, you know, 3 days. We need to get this one next and then this one next so that we can then unlock this one. Because this has a 6-day research time. Then once this has unlocked in 5 days, we then need another day, another day, another day, and then we can do the final 18 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See, if it is literally all, we ain't getting flying for a long ass time. We are not getting flying for a long time if you genuinely have to complete this tree. I think people's assumption that you're going to get flying in like 18 to 20 days is way off. Way off. It's, yeah. I think it's going to be way off. Because if each one of these has an 18-hour research time, realistically, that means 24 hours, right? Because you're going to log on at the same time every day and press the button again. Just at this point, just by the time you've unlocked this, the problem is I need to look at this on a character that hasn't made any progress on it at all. And then we can maybe start doing some maths. Let's log out of this dude real quick. I'm intrigued. I think I've got a druid that's not touched this system yet. Is there any particular reason to rush for flying, or are we happy with it takes as long as it takes? Flying is just a quality of life thing. It depends on what your opinion is on flying as a power thing. Some people just see flying as a quality of life, but I see flying as basically one of the ultimate power gains for a character, because it allows you to do considerably more in a lot less time, which is super valuable. Like, it's, in my opinion, it's quite literally one of the most powerful aspects, being able to fly. And so hence, you know, being able to do it is of high priority to many people. But yeah, it depends on what your opinion is on it. This is why whenever you talk about it, you get very mixed reactions to it. Some people don't value their time in any way, shape or form, usually because they have lots of it. The more of something you have, the less you tend to value it. If you have the ability to play the game 8 to 12 hours a day and you enjoy doing just that, then having access to flying or not having access to flying is neither here nor there for you. But for those exact people who, you know, they don't have all day, every day to be playing the game. They maybe have a couple of hours in the evening once the kids have gone to bed, in between and outside of their raiding or whatever, that don't want everything to take twice as long just because 50% of the time is traveling. Look how many people have complained about the fact that it takes 3 to 4 minutes to get from one Shadowlands zone to another. Every time you want to go to a different zone, you have to fly for 3 to 4 minutes to get there. How many people have been annoyed by just that? It's Yeah. Also, bear in mind, we're going to be in this patch for probably a year. But that's not my fault. Like, it's genuinely not my fault. It's not my fault that the patch is probably going to last a year. Why am I being time gated for the fact that Blizzard are being slow in developing their game? That's got nothing. That's not my fault at all. Ah, okay. Here's a significant problem that I can't comfortably. Well, I guess I can do some maths on the research times maybe. So we get this one instantly. 1 minute, 5 minutes. Anything under 18 hours we'll just ignore. 18 hours, so it's 1 day to unlock that one. And then this last one is also an hour. So that's going to be your time gating on it. So 1 day, every time it's, okay, maybe we should maths this out. How many 18-hour ones do we think? Well, let's go across the top. How long is it going to take you to fully unlock the 4 columns first? It's 18 hours on that one. A week on that one. So 1 week and 8 days. Plus another 7 days. 15 days to unlock this final thing if you're doing it in an optimal fashion. 15 days to get across there. Now, how much of this can you also have completed within those first 15 days? So, are you able to complete everything here before this unlocks? In theory, yes, because you can get this straight away. This one takes only a minute the first time. The first one is a minute. The next 4 are not a minute long, though. The next 4... I'm also going to make the assumption that all ranks of this past the first one are all equal in length in terms of 18 hours. So there's 3 days there, which means you absolutely can't complete this in the time that this takes, but that's fine. That's still only a maximum of 3 days to get that lot done. And you can have something going in each column at the same time anyway, so it's not too much of an issue. This is 18 hours. You got 3 days. You can only have 1 in each column running at the same time, though. So once you've unlocked this, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then a big one. 17 days to complete that column. So your first 2 weeks is going to be focused here. You've got... Once you've unlocked this, you're going to unlock this straight away. So you've got 6 days until this unlocks. But what did we say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you're only going to have completed those 2 by the time this is unlocked. So you still have these to go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 10 days still needed there. Once this is unlocked in 6 days... 18 hours, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 17 days again. So there's a 10-day, 1 day, 7 days. Let's just call that a week. 2 weeks. 2 weeks to get here. Once you've unlocked this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 17. This is going to take the best part of a month, even if you're min-maxing it. Even min-maxing it, this is going to take a month. Because even once you've unlocked this, it's going to take you absolute bare minimum. You've got 2 weeks to unlock this, bare minimum. Let's say 15 days to unlock this. 15 days to unlock this, and once you've unlocked this, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 additional days on top. So 25 days to unlock everything here, even if you are min-maxing the crap. Now the problem is there are likely to be periods in time where you just might not have enough ciphers to do that, because you really don't get that many ciphers. but about the same as the Codex rep, roughly, yeah. Give or take 25 days if you're min-maxing it. If you're min-maxing it, 25 days. If you've always got something going, if you've always got something on the go with no downtime, 25 days, you might get flying. That's like I said, that's assuming that you always make sure that you have enough ciphers to get the next research going instantly. The second that you the second that you can. How do you get the ciphers? They're world quest rewards. You get a couple of them for treasure chests. You get a couple from killing rares. Just Zereth Mortis in general. But yeah, my money's is it will take most people a calendar month to pick this up. Are they grindable? Technically, yes, but not particularly easily. It's not like you can just kill random mobs repeatedly in the 2x4 farm and get them. They're not grindable in that regard. You're going to have to do every world quest. You're going to have to kill every rare. What I don't know is if you can repeatedly kill rares and still get additional ciphers from them. If you can only kill each rare once every day, there's also then, you know, somewhat of a soft cap, sort of, to how many ciphers you can get even. And when you do the maths on just how many of the damn things you're going to need, this shows some basic costs, but I think the costs go up for each rank as well. Even for just one in everything. What's the cost for one of everything? 5 plus 45, 200, 260, 25, 40, 130, 45, 70, 65, 70, 115, 160, okay, it's 2,200 ciphers just to tick every box once. But there's obviously multiple ranks here. So there's the probability that if even with the assumption that you only have to tick every box once to get flying, which is what Mr. GM is claiming, although I don't strictly believe it's true, based on, you know, the way that the achievement is wrote. The achievement specifically has the word all. But even if you only need one to tick every box once, you don't need all three ranks. You need 2,200 ciphers to get 2,200 ciphers to tick every box once. Which, you know, quick maths, that's about 100 ciphers a day. About 100 ciphers a day will keep you on track if you only need to tick every box once. If you need to complete all, you know, every box, you can probably nearly, I'd say, these are 105. Let's just do some quick maths then. 3 times 25 is 75, plus 140, plus 130 on top, 350, 350, 4, 500, 600, 700. 850, 900, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,350, 1,000. You need you probably need, if you have to press every single button, assuming that they have a similar cost for all 3 ranks, that 2,500 could easily be 3,000 to 4,000 by the time you've pressed every single one of these. So you, in theory, if you want to do this in an optimal fashion and you want to do this ASAP, you probably need to be grinding about 200 ciphers a day to keep on top of it. Roughly 200 ciphers a day. Now, considering opening treasure boxes have been awarding me roughly 2 ciphers per treasure, you know, that's 100 treasures a day. Rares are giving a little bit more, but rares might only be lootable once a day. The odd world quest is giving ciphers. 200 ciphers a day is what I estimate you're probably going to need to keep on track with this. 200 ciphers a day is a lot. You may get 200 ciphers a day pretty quickly and pretty easily the first couple of days, but it's going to get more difficult because they'll probably, you know, there'll be one-time treasures that might give a bunch of ciphers to begin with, but they're one-time rewards. I genuinely think 200 ciphers a day is... it's a lot of work. It's a lot of Zereth Mortis every day. A lot of Zereth Mortis every day. This world quest is offering something different. The world quests also, once again, like Korthia, seem to have randomized rewards on them. That's going to please some people. That's going to please some people greatly. Because if one of the random rewards is reputation, I think people would rather have the reputation than almost anything the first time through. That's going to be quite funny. Alright, okay. I think I'm about done with my testing of Zereth Mortis for today, boys and girls. I think I'm going to leave it there. I feel that we learnt a fair amount from today. I think that we learnt a fair amount. We will continue soon. Tomorrow's Friday, though. Tomorrow we're going to play Factorio, because I'm absolutely addicted to playing Factorio at the moment. So we're going to play some Factorio tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. Friday we like to do something a bit different. Turn off our WoW brain for a day. Focus on something else. It's good to, you know, keep your brain doing different things. So yeah, if you've played Factorio in the past, I'm sure you can give me some hints and tips on what I'm doing wrong. If you've never played Factorio, I'll probably start the stream off tomorrow by giving a bit of an overview of the factory that I'm currently working on, to give you an indication of what the game's all about. But then we'll do what we need to do tomorrow. Can't watch you play Factorio. It's too much like crack. I don't want to switch games at the moment. See, that's the thing. It's you don't just casually play Factorio. That's the problem. I understand. I fully appreciate. With probably close to 3,000 hours in Factorio, I fully understand that it is Cracktorio is quite true. But we'll be doing that for a little bit tomorrow. So thank you all once again for joining today. Hope you had fun. We found out a bunch of interesting things, you know. PTR starting to shape up quite nicely. I'm starting to have a lot more positive feelings about Zereth Mortis generally. It looks like there's going to be a good, good progression path through Zereth Mortis as a world zone, which I think is quite good. Now, of course, your Raiders, your Mythic Plus out there in regards to gearing are going to trump all of it very, very quickly. But as a world zone, it's looking like it could be quite good. Enjoy the rest of your day, though, boys and girls. Happy goal making. Remember to hit the like button if you haven't already. Follow button here on Twitch, I should say. Go hook us up on Twitter. I'm pushing my Twitter a little bit at the moment. I'm posting updates of funky things that we find on our travels on the PTR over on Twitter. So twitter.com/. Is it still linked? It's not. Of course it's not. Twitter.com/Manthius. Nice and easy. I've got my socials on point. So go say hi over on Twitter. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. In a bit. Peace.